in Khartoum from 1978 to 2005. He's also held a role in the Ministry of the Presidency in the Khartoum as the chairman for the rights of non-Muslims in the national capital, Khartoum, from 2006 to 2011. As well as, not forgetting that he's also been a legislator, he's also a senator, the deputy chairman, a committee of foreign relations in the Council of States. Right now, which date, is still current, a role that he began way back in 2011. This is a man who has had a long service role to our country, as well as you've heard in his bio that he has also given services to the neighboring countries, and he's with us here today. So it's a privilege to have him, and I'll yield the mic back to Wal. Thank you for that.
Wow, thank you so much, Ms. May. Thank you so much for the brief and impressive biography. Actually, in his biography, one word will made me actually feel very, very comfortable, that he studied theology and he taught theology, which means he's here to tell us the truth, but truth only. That's all he will tell us here, because I have a big faith when it comes to those people with a religious background. Without further comments and statements, I would like to welcome Uncle Joshua Dow Dew onto the platform. Uncle Joshua, if you are hearing my voice clearly, for those who just showed up, that's Uncle Joshua that you see there with RB. His profile doesn't have a picture, but his name is there. RB is him, is Uncle Joshua. And the RB, if you actually click on that supposedly profile picture of his, it will say Real Bai. That's Uncle Joshua right there. Uncle Joshua, if you're hearing my voice, activate your mic and welcome to the platform. And our topics today are, of course, your response to the article of Carol. And if you can say a little more about Jieng Council of Elders, it would be really, really helpful for your children here. I would not call them audience. I would just rather describe the audience as your children. Welcome, Uncle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and the audience. I'm really privileged for being with you this evening, according to East African time. I'm grateful indeed to know most of you by their parents, especially you, Peter, you, Wal Peter. We have been very, very intimate with your dad and everybody here. I know most of you by their parents, and I'm really privileged to be with you. And I'm thankful that you have created a forum, Jieng Namtok, to reach out and to hear more of what we are doing as a community. And I think that's a great, great achievement. So I would thank everybody who has come out and listened to what we are going to be talking about. The first thing I would like to talk about is the role of JCE. JCE has been an instrumental body in our society, and we formed ourselves back in 2013, 2014, and that's when we began to be like other communities that had formed their own communal societies or commissions or whatever you would like to call them, as a social organization, a civil organization. And I think you have some of you must have the privilege of reading what we have written or what I sent out about Jieng Council of Elders and the definition and what Jieng elders do in our respective communities. And I said that is a very important thing that we have to know. So I would not dwell on the Jieng Council of Elders, because all of you know what the role of elders are in different communities of Jieng as well as Jieng communities, they have their communal bodies. So what I would like to get into is what you have already heard of my response to Dr. Carroll, who wrote a document after making some research and interview. So I read this document as soon as it came out, and it was in the social media. But when it was discussed in the clubhouse, I had to produce another copy in order to go through it. And I made some points which are very brief. And I think what she did was an agitation for the never-ending civil war in South Sudan, putting against one another our communities. And so that is the title of the book, that Agitation for Never-Ending Civil War in South Sudan. She called it a different name, but this is what has transpired from her own document. Second thing is to appreciate her own position. I heard of her long ago as a good reporter in Khartoum and in Sudan. And I know that she is a highly qualified person, and she has good academic records. And at the time she was working as a journalist, she was very much a distinguished reporter. So there's no doubt about her efficiency in and scholarly work in reporting. But as she undertook this assignment of her research, she was appointed and she was commissioned by the UN. The UNMISS, that is in South Sudan, engaged her to make a research on South Sudan. And this is where she went down to our communities, particularly Rumbek, and went to Wau, went to Abyei, and to many other areas, making this research. So in this research, it is my conviction that she has made a lot of contradictions. And instead of being a scholar without prejudice, she has become biased in this, and made a lot of destruction, a lot of contradictions, a lot of points which would not allow us to appreciate what she has been making a research on. She took the Jieng as a community to be against others. So this thing, this kind of research, this kind of prejudice, I have described it as a result of two factors. The first one is the old age that she has run into. So the old age brings a lot of unfortunate disadvantages, particularly when you become senile. You are no longer seeing things objectively. So this is the first unfortunate position she has run into. So she was not able to be efficient as we thought. The second thing is that she has become a victim of those who have assigned her the research program. And this is what you call a conspiracy theory, which those who assign her to make this thing to search particularly to their interest, so that they can have a good position to judge. And therefore, this is a distorted way of life of Mwanjang that she wrote, and we are not happy with it, or personally, I'm not happy with it, because this setting Mwanjang against non-Mwanjang is to cause a perpetual or continuous conflict among the communities. A conflict that will never end, because this has created hatred and prejudice and bias among our people. That Mwanjang or Jieng is working hard to dominate others. And this I have quoted a document to justify why I reached this conclusion. When she writes, this working paper documents the strategy of the Dinka-led government of South Sudan to achieve dominance over other communities. Truly, this is no longer an independent opinion, no longer good judgment, but no truth in this, because, as I said, no slightest grain of truth in this statement, apart from being a total of information to ignorant sponsors of her research project. So there is no Dinka-led government. It is only SPLM-led government in the South, with other political parties participating in the government. So there is no Jieng government that can have this plan. So I went back to justify this fact that when Southerners became conscious of their right to become a nation, go back to 1947 up to 2005, the 1947 conference and meeting with the Anglo-Egyptian government was composed of many different people. You can mention some of them, like late Kalaman Umboro. He was not a Dinka, but he led as an educated person. He led that group, and many chiefs, including Lolik, the father of late Dr. Lolik, they were participants, and many others from Equatoria. They challenged the colonial British government that why do you leave us in the hands of the North, which is dominating us? So that was a group of Southerners who joined together and fought for the independence of the South. When that position was rejected, Southerners went into war in 1955, a mutiny of the Southern garrison in Torit, composed of all the Southern tribes. So there was no single tribe called Jieng dominating others or liberating the South for itself. It was all the Southerners that joined in this kind of program of self-rule and liberty. So SPLM, similarly, when they went according to 1972 agreement, when it was also divided by the North, the SPLM was formed by all the Southern communities, all the Southern ethnic groups, all the Southern tribes fought against the North. And therefore, SPLM was a political body of all the Southerners. And therefore, to say that the Southerners are being dominated by Jieng, this is not in place. Therefore, it is my conviction that this government that the Southerners governed, when they came to govern themselves in Addis Ababa, according to Addis Ababa Accord, the government was led by 3 different people, and they were not Monjang, and they were based. It was based on partisan lines. Abel Alier was from Southern Front. Joseph Lago and Abel was a Dinka. Joseph Lago, who led the Nyanya movement, took over from Abel with votes of everybody that was in SANU, in Southern Front, and other parties, Liberal Party, for instance. They all supported Joseph Lago, and Joseph Lago became the president of High Executive Council. Similarly with engineer James Tomora, he was also voted in by all the Southerners and ruled the South. So to say that Jieng is dominating and Jieng-led government is a false accusation against Monjang. And this is an agitation to other tribes. Similarly, when the CPA was concluded in 2005, President Salva Kiir took over after John Garang died, according to hierarchy of the SPLA, not because he was a Dinka or Jieng. you pardon me, audience and the group, I will be using Jieng more than Dinka. So when I use the word Jieng and you have the audience have non-Dinka, they know that I'm referring to Dinka. President Salva Kiir came to take over from John Garang according to a hierarchy of the movement. And so he was deputized by Dr. Riek Machar and Dr. James Waniga. And this is a non-Dinka government. So for her to say that this led GM government, this is a very bad distortion of the real situation in our country. Similarly, the ministers were appointed by different parties. Now we come to the revitalized transitional government of national unity. It is Salva Kiir who continues in the same way as he was elected by all the people of the South and not Jieng alone. And he is being, for the time being, he's being deputized by 5 other vice presidents. So, and these are not necessarily Monjang, and they were appointed by their respective political parties. Therefore, to shift the national political program and agenda to be of an ethnic body and agenda is unfortunately a distortion of the real situation and agitating other tribes to be against Monjang. So Dr. Berger has deviated from the real program that he should have been objective. And this is unfortunately, as you can see, her quoting is that this working paper documents the strategy of the Dinka-led government of South Sudan to achieve dominance over states' instruments of power and claim the land of non-Dinka. This is a serious distortion, and it is a dangerous conspiracy to instigate non-Jieng communities to believe that that is a strategy of the government. A government composed of other nationalities, other communities, cannot plot when the cabinet is even not half of it is not Jieng. This again to me is far-fetched, wild and empty imaginary situation because it is not based on any facts here. There is only one SPLM-led government in South Sudan. The structure of SPLM is well known to all the people worldwide. When and how can this agenda of the political party or military movement, liberation movement, can be twisted to be termed a dominant a tribal body to dominate other communities? South Sudan National Dialogue Conference recently convened in Juba, and which is the national capital, and declared that we are one nation, one people. So to allege that SPLA is an ethnic Jieng army and to SPLM is a political party of the Jieng and is dominating others, this to me is unfortunate for her to reach that conclusion, to persuade others to be against Monjang. So I'm sure that none of her intention is to exploit and assume political naivety and simplicity of some ethnic communities that trust that the white man or woman is always right in her judgment and her findings. She writes and with authority. But this is not true. A Jieng army, to Jieng to be victimized by others is what she is after. And therefore, Dr. Berger is out to further advance Western assumption of primitivity of African ethnic communities, that they can be swayed and persuaded to fight one another even when they are in an independent country on the basis of unfounded rumors, like what she is writing. Therefore, I think that Dr. Carroll intentionally started distorted reporting at the top of the leadership of South Sudan nation by creating a wedge between the leaders, between Kir, Mayadi, and Riek Machar, thinking that Kir is a Dinka and Riek is a Nuer, without understanding the fact that each is qualified to be a leader in his own right. And some of you will go back to know that if the situation went on normally in 2013, when elections were to be conducted in 2015, as we have mentioned in some of our documents, in our releases, the two releases that the JCE made some times back in January and February last year, 2021, if Riek Machar persevered and contested elections, there would have been a great possibility for him to be elected as the president of the government of Southern Sudan. Has it happened in the case of Abel Alier with Joseph Lago, and in case of Abel Alier with the engineer James Tumara? So Southerners, whether they are Dinkas or non-Dinkas, they all see the logic and the partisan responsibilities and vote for the right person at the right time. So the structure of the SPLM that has brought into leadership General Salva Kiir Mayadi cannot be blamed, because it was a movement of all the southern people. Dr. Berger has picked on very important factors, land disputes, in order to further her instigation. And she wrote, as you must have seen, that this working paper documents the strategy of the Dinka-led government of South Sudan to achieve dominance over the state instruments of power and claim land of non-Dinka. She is speaking on the land, having craftily identified land as being a major commodity and source of livelihood among still to develop societies of the third world. Dr. Berger capitalized on the land grabbing to be a ready agent of immediate conflict among the communities. Land is the basic means of survival in rural areas for peasants who, by and large, depend on subsistence agricultural produce for their existence, being a necessity for residential purposes, being a source of employment, as it is now in Upper Nile, where there is oil industry, and the educated are finding jobs and claim that they should be employed because that is their land. She has also capitalized on the land boundaries by vehemently criticizing the creation of the 2832 states, describing it as a Jieng project of securing a wider political space to dominate other ethnicities. She overlooked the intended facts of Establishment Order number 36, 2015, which says a tool of extending development to the rural people. She instead explained away that the government objective was to let Jieng occupy lands of others. He also took it wrongly when the government propagated that taking towns and to the people is delivery of services to the people in the rural areas, which meant to the government federal system of governance for decentralization of powers in accordance with Local Government Act 2009. These 32 plus states were ceremoniously adopted and confirmed by the people of South Sudan in their resolutions of the National Dialogue Conference 2021. After nearly 4 years of consultation and deliberations from grassroots to the national level, this was a fulfillment of the will of the people against control through the centralized authority of the colonial administration, which was also adopted by Khartoum Arab government. Dr. Berger neither condemned the creation of 3 provinces, 21 districts, which were created by British colonial government, nor she condemned the 10 states which were created by Khartoum government, against the wish of the people of the South, and against which the people of the South fought for 50 years, from 1955 to 2005. She dwelt on negative condemnation and criticism of Jieng settlement anywhere in the country as being a deprivation of other ethnicities. She advocated perpetuation of colonial policies of separate and segregated tribal ghettos of settlement. This is the essence of a policy of keeping each community far from the others so that they remain strangers and enemies of one another. And this is what she has thought that would be a right thing to say. Jieng should not live with other people, whereas our people can cohabit anywhere. It is also a worldwide policy for the government to regulate land laws and not the community. The people rightly own limited traditional land of their ancestors for specific purposes, such as residential accommodation or agricultural schemes, but land is largely designated and allocated in towns, in cities, in payams, by the people for public utilities as well as accommodation. And this cannot be considered that it is the people that should distribute the land or should regulate the land as she is trying to advocate. She asserted that under General Salva Kiir Mayardit leadership, Jieng would be able to subjugate and lord over all other ethnicities. And this is what she wrote. The state has targeted Nilotic speaking population of Nuer and Shilluk Bantu speakers from Equatoria, bordering Uganda and Kenya, Fertit, Balanda, and Luo, people of Greater Bargazal, a mapping of all the country, ensuring a Dinka monopoly over national and regional decision making. That have brought this plan for the Dinka supremacy to fruition. This state has waged a brutal war in civilian areas, burning houses, huts, destroying foodstuffs, raping, and massacring. This is unfortunate for her to reach that instigation. None of the Jieng have done that. As you all can now see that the other tribes are persuaded wrongly, of course, and convinced that what she has written is absolute plot. So they have taken up arms and campaign against Jieng, and this is what you have now seen, that the Nuer, the Shilluk, the Fertit, the Murle, and the entire Equatorial ethnic communities have taken up arms against Jieng, as she wrote. I quote, while my research focused on the Dinka community, page 3, this campaign sought to ensure that one ethnic group, the Dinka, would control all political and military power. The drafters of 32 states, which has shifted control of most of South Sudan into the hands of Jieng. This is false, of course. The 32 states were made by the government to ensure that each community has the right to govern itself, and the government will provide facilities for each of these communities, and development projects and services will be rendered to all these communities in their respective districts, payams, and states. So it was not intended as a weapon or domination. It was intended for efficient settlement. And if you go into history of other countries, you will see that this was done in Germany until the states found themselves they could not afford to support themselves economically, so they had to rejoin with one another. Similarly, the creation of states is worldwide. You can see it in America. It has 51 or 52 states, and other countries has been done like that. If you talk of the 32 states, and you talk of ethnic government, we have it in Ethiopia, and they have their own states. Even if they are quarreling, this is a naturally situation in the worldwide, that people can quarrel. Even in your own family, you can quarrel over resources, over anything that you own and you share, and then you can settle those quarrels without permanent bitterness. But what she is instigating is a permanent bitterness. When she interviewed me about the prospects of the current quarrels among ethnic communities, I related the circumstances subsequent to 1991 Nasser rebellion, and this is where she made a wrong quotation. Nasser rebellion was staged by Dr. Yip and Dr. Lam, and they massacred and killed those soldiers who were soldiers, whether they were officers, men, women, under them in Nasser. And they moved with their forces, their forces up to Bor, killing women, burning properties, destroying, and taking away even some girls into what you can call enslavement, because they were forcefully taken into marriage and taken away from their own parents without any agreement. So this has been what she construed wrongly. And now, in spite of reunification of the liberation factions in 2002, when Riek Machar and Lamakol went back to the SPLA, in 2006, when Salva Kiir called for Juba Declaration, that all the other southern militias, they should come back to the main SPLM. In spite of this, we can see that Equatoria in 2013, they have their own faction led by General Thomas Cirillo, and having training centers and arm supply in both in Uganda and Congo. Riek and Lem went back to Khartoum and were being supported. And all when the war broke out in 2013, again in 2016, people who were innocent, but because they are Dinkas, they were massacred in Bor, in Akobo, Nasser, Fanjak, Bentiu, and in anywhere land. They were also killed in Tonga, Kodok, where Shuluks were dominant. And they were killed also in Yei, Torit, Yambio, Maridi, and another Equatoria district or Fayam or state. And they were called, Dinka people were called MTN, that you can get anywhere and kill them. You call them all sorts of names, and they were killed. So this attack on Jieng, I said definitely that if we take example of what has happened in other countries, it can happen. Attack can be launched from the south by Equatorians against Jieng because of the land that has been, they have been told that your land is being taken by Monjang. And the same thing that has happened in Upper Nile and Barghazal. The Fertit in Barghazal have taken up arms against the Dinka, and this is justified by Berger to be due to having been forced into refuge by Jieng's grabbing of land of non-Dinkas. In my interview, I told her that this is a common phenomenon in Africa, whereby opposing political parties mobilize on the basis of ethnicities. They then ally with the enemy, who is supporting them militarily and economically, and they can do what has happened in Rwanda when Tutsi went into exile in Uganda, and eventually they organized and they were supported by Uganda and invaded Rwanda, and the Hutus who were governing were all slaughtered. And now if anyone is doubting, you make a research how long will the Hutus come back into any governance or any prominence when they have been hunted down in Uganda, in Burundi, in Congo, and they are no longer a viable community that you can talk of. And Mr. Kagame is the one ruling as from being a Tutsi. Similarly, we think that this is what could happen since the Nuers, then the Shuluks and Fertit have gone to join opposition supported by Khartoum, and the Nuers are also in Ethiopia. They can invade from there and kill Jieng as they are instigated. And from the south, Equatorians are angry because of what has been told to them, that there is land grabbing, and they can invade South Sudan and kill Jieng. So this has been what Carol has instigated. But what Jieng Council of Elders have done was to have a meeting with all the tribal groups, and this is clearly stated in our document, and the document that I have served you. We met first of all under the leadership of three governors of Equatoria, Governor Kelemen Konga, Louis Lubang, and Joseph Bakosoro, and we calmed the situation. And also we met with this, that was the whole of Equatoria, and there was no more war and no more running away. However, there has been instigation, not only by Berger alone, but even the man who was in charge of the prevention of genocide, Adama Adiang. Adama Adiang was coming from the UN and went to Ye and wrote that there is a potential massacre that will happen, a genocide that could happen in South Sudan. So this is a mentality of those who have come not to like the government of South Sudan. And therefore, JCE has been taken out of hatred and being made a target. Whereas we have made initiative and met with our fellow elders councils of Equatoria, different communities, as you have seen in the note. If you look at page 3, we have met with the Equatorian elders, Bahari community, or Juba, 5 communities. We have met with the Nuers inside Juba, and we came to meet the Nuers who were under Riek Machar in Ethiopia, in Kenya, under Leiden Arab Moi, and we went back and met with the Zande under Honorable Angela Beda, and we met with the Fertit and the Luo and Dinka of Western Bargazal under Joseph Okel and his group and different members, and we succeeded in bringing about some understanding that we could achieve. And therefore, for JCE, it has done all the efforts and persuaded our people never to avenge against one another. And therefore, you have seen that the Dinka communities in Warab accommodated Nuers of Bull. In Rumbek, they accommodated Nuers that came to they were run away from there. And I think we are clear that we have made negotiations, dialogue, reconciliation, and peaceful approach with our fellow tribal communities. And therefore, there is no hatred. It has been defined very clearly that it is not Jieng against other tribes. It is a political struggle between the leaders that use their tribal support, tribal base, as our communities are still tribally oriented, and our communities are still having constitution based on tribal settlement. And therefore, you easily go to mobilize your own tribe. We have, as JCE, clearly come open against non-interference from outside. So, on our page 4 of the role of Jieng Council, you will read that we have made some resolutions against the UN resolutions 2020-06, 2304, 2241, and AU investigation committee, because they were also trying to instigate that there should be a trusteeship that would be established by the UN and with the support of the AU and IGAD. So we have rejected this interference, and that we are mature enough, educated enough, having committed to our nationhood, we can reconcile as it was done in UNLIT and other conferences that have been convened for our own togetherness. And therefore, we have rejected any external intervention, and we think that we should discuss. The only thing that we are trying to persuade everybody to work on are the leaders, individual leaders, who think that this is their right, and they insist that they should govern and they should rule without going for elections and being mandated by the people. So the JCE is out for elections that should be carried out and be supervised by regional and international observers. And therefore, we think, and I think that we have not gone wrong against our people. We are not working for disintegration of our country or fragmentation of our country, rather for the unity of our people and our country. And I thank you very much for listening. I would want to clarify at one point that if you can concentrate your questions on the JCE, the role JCE has done among our southern communities with other councils, because every community has its own council, and we have done sufficient work to normalize our relationship and decide to define the current situation as a political power struggle and resource struggle, control of power and resources by the leaders who are not necessarily mandated by their people. And we take example that when elections were done, and we went through these elections in 1974, there was no power struggle. It was a change, a peaceful change through a party and parliamentary system. So if it is presidential, then people have to vote whoever they want to rule them. As they voted for Abel Alier, as they voted for Joseph Duho, or Joseph Lagu, as they voted for James Tambara. So transfer of power must be peaceful and must be democratic. And therefore, concentrate your questions on what misreporting, disparaging reporting that has been done by Carol Berger to instigate bitterness among our communities, which we are rejecting. Thank you very much for listening, and I appreciate the audience.
Oh, thank you so much, Uncle Joshua, and thanks our audience for listening to the presentation from Uncle Joshua David. Now it's time for Q&A, but before we do that, I would like us to take a break for at least 5 minutes and then come back so we can refresh our minds, go and get your questions together, and then we can come for the Q&A. And when we come back, how the questions will be asked will be explained by Sister Teresa Bar or Akur Deng Bar will explain to us how the questions will be asked, because we have two ways to ask questions here, in the back channels as well as on the platform here. So let's take this moment here to take a break, at least get some water, get something to eat, and then we will come back again to convene our show and our meeting. Sister Miss May, today you are a moderator and a DJ as well. Yes, take over from here and give us the music you got.
Thank you. Just give me one. Langa nganga denga kwalla bin denga majuga jeng pan jala bie jeng pan jala bie kiona wajuma jang yem na bai jeng alar kurbo pana ruge jeng bariana kiona ruge jeng padang jeng ayo jeng ayo yeri bai jal padang ayo jeng we go undan jeng manjang dan we pojar we jal jeng padang we jeng padang jeng dai we bai jal padang dai jeng bala we go undan jeng manjang dan we pojar we jal jeng padang we jeng padang jeng dai we bai jal padang dai jeng adeng ngam wal yat undene jol bali ko we dai jala dar ko we jeng padang jeng dai jeng dewo we bai jol padang dai jeng Luanda ko jeng bandi jol ko de jaran Luanda ko jeng bandi jol ko de jaran jaga toy berbet jaga jengi tong malwala bay tong jale na jenga kaka ger bunyala jeng malu ko bialang na jengarang beje padang jeng dai dewo ai bai padang dai jeng Langa nganga de kwalla bin ding mai juga jempan jala bie jempan jala bie kiona ngajuma biang Langa nganga de kwalla bin ding mai juga jempan jala bie kiona ngajuma biang Diem nambai jeng alar kurbo panaru belai jeng mariana teuna oge jeng padang jeng dai lena dewo Jadi bai jal padang dai jeng Tan jeng manjang dan wo pojal wo jal jeng padang wo jeng padang jeng dai lena dewo Jadi bai jal padang dai jeng Bala we undan jeng manjang dan wo pojal wo jal jeng padang wo jeng padang jeng dai lena dewo Jadi bai jal padang dai jeng Dewa ngam waliat undene jol bali ko we bai jala dar wo jeng padang jeng dai lena dewo Jadi bai jal padang dai jeng Luanda ko jeng bandi jol ko Luanda ko jeng bandi jol ko jaran Jaga toy merbek jaga jeng ni tong malwal bay tong jali na jeng akaka ge bunyela jeng malu ko bialang ye na jeng arang we jeng padang jeng dai lena dewo ai jeng Langa nganga de kwalla bin ding mai juga jeng pan jala bie kiona ngajuma biang Langa nganga de kwalla bin ding mai juga jeng pan jala bie kiona ngajuma biang Kiona bai jeng alar kurbo panaru re jeng mariana kiona we jeng padang jeng dai lena dewo Jadi bai jal padang dai jeng Padang jeng dai lena dewo bai jal padang dai jeng padang jeng dai lena dewo New mini brand. All right. Take it.
Yes. Thank you so much, Miss May. You had been a wonderful DJ. Thanks for the song. Even though the artist sounds a little bit classic and Dinka, some of the words, we're going to have to look them up to find exactly what they mean, but the song was very sweet. Welcome back, my fellow co-moderators and the moderation assistant and the audience. Welcome back to the show. We are now going back into this Q&A session. And with that there, I would like to hand it over to Sister Teresa Bar or Akur Deng Bar to explain to us how the Q&A session will be done. Ms. Teresa, if you are listening to me, please activate your mic to explain the next session.
Hi everyone again. It's me, Teresa. I will thanks Uncle Joshua Bill for the good presentation. And then we have two way for question. You can raise your hand and we can bring you up on the stage, and then you can ask your question. We have 2 minutes for each one to ask a question. The second way, you can send your question to Miss May or John Wishang or Sister Deng or Sister Tony. That's two ways you can answer. And thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Sister Teresa. Before you actually go, how many questions do you allow one person to ask?
Yes, we have one question.
Oh,
we have allowed one question for the person.
Exactly, clear enough. Thank you so much for that clarification. With that there, I would like to honor, before anyone is given a chance to ask a question, I would like to honor and give a great deal of appreciation to our brother, John Ochang. John Ochang is a veteran of the SPLM, SPLA. He's one of those who have contributed for the liberation of our struggle. So on behalf of all the veterans of the SPLM, SPLA, I would like to give brother John Ochang a special appreciation and give him a chance to ask the question with regard to the Jieng Council of Elders or to the article of Carol. Also, for those who have just joined the clubhouse, John Ochang too is one of those who had been misled by the article of Carol, and I believe today that he have listened to the presentation from Uncle. I believe he will walk out today with a different view with regard to that article, because in some of the shows that Brother John Ochang had been making, he had seemed to believe what Dr. Carroll said. With that there, I will stop and I would ask Brother John Ochang, if you're listening to me, please activate your mic. You have 3 minutes. We have given you the special treatment here for being the veteran of the SPLM, SPLA. You alone are given 3 minutes to ask a question or ask or add some comments. You are given 3 minutes, Brother John Ochang.
Thank you all. I hope 3 minutes will not be enough for me, really, actually, because I have a lot of things to say, and I had wanted, if you can give maybe 5 minutes, it will be good, or even, how do you see? Because 3 minutes, I cannot able to talk in 3 minutes. I will be in a rush, and my mind will not be able to process things rightly.
Yeah.
You know, John Ochang, sharing is caring, and as a family, we have to share. And we actually give you a special treatment here to give you 3 minutes instead of 2, just like anyone else. I think 3 minutes will be fair enough, and that's exactly part of the strategy we did here by giving people a break before Q&A so that people can concise their questions. But anyway, I have been given a green light here. I have been given a green light here, Brother John Ochang, for being a veteran of the SPLM, SPLA. Yes, your 5 minutes request is granted. Go ahead for your 5 minutes, John Ochang.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Robin, for coming. Welcome to Clubhouse. You, as a member of Jieng Council of Elders, you have been really Jieng Council of Elders is one of the focal sticking problems within the communities of South Sudanese. The Dinkas today and non-Dinkas are having problems because of Jieng Council of Elders. And thank you for coming to listen to us. So without wasting time, I will just go word by word. Joshua Dow, you are one of the people in the book of Carol. You said the Nuer are going to be organized and armed to invade South Sudan. Equatoria will be made to invade South Sudan. And this is where the Dinka massacre will take place. That is one. Who are the invaders? Invading, the word invading alone, it applies only to foreigners. Equatorians are not invaders, are not foreigners. The Nuer are not foreigners. So, did you say that word to Carol? You will go and answer. The other thing is also, we have been also told in the book of Carol that Joshua Dow is one of the person with a long history of incitement, spreading warning within the Denka community against the intentions of Nuer. Did you spread the warning within the community of Dinka so that the massacre of 2013 took place? The other thing is that you have been given a responsibility to draw the map of South Sudan, in which you allocated the land of the Shuluk people to Dinka Apadang. Did you do that as Jieng Council of Elders? And you have been really appreciating that you should be given a credit of drawing the map. The first question is that you said here unfinished business of that time. When people were fighting, there was unfinished business. The Dinkas are under threat. They have no border with other countries. They have no border with Ethiopia, with Kenya, with Uganda. They are in the center of South Sudan. And this is very dangerous. So in that regard, it resulted to many Dinkas going around the borders like Nemule, displacing people, and people could not able to come back. And today, good enough that you are from Bor. Majority of those people in Nemule are from Bor. And whatever is written in the book is actually reflected, consistent with what is taking place in the country. So, for me, I came to agree the book itself, the article of Carol, because it is consistent with what is taking place on the ground. For all this question, Joshua, I believe you as an elder to us, as people of South Sudan, you are not an elder maybe to the Dinka alone. You are also an elder to all South Sudanese. In this regard, how will you see if you try to focus on the issue as a chairman of Jieng Council of Elders, focus on the issue of the Dinka against the other non-Dinkas? What about if non-Dinkas are united against Dinka? Will it be a good thing? That is a question. That is a question, and that is I will stop there, and then you go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother John. You have really actually finished your question within 4 minutes. Thank you so much. On behalf of the veteran, you have spoken, and you can mute your mic, and you will be responded to. Sister Teresa, who is next?
Shouldn't we let him answer one question?
Okay. Yes, Uncle Joshua, if you are available and have heard the question from the veteran John, please activate your mic and give us.
Sorry, Sal. So we should take two questions per time, and from two people get him to answer, or right?
Okay, then activate the hand raise
Okay.
so that people can raise their hands.
Let him answer.
Can I give some advice?
Wait.
No, John. No, John. Hold on, John.
To you moderators,
Let him answer questions of John first, and then after that we will go for further eyes. After being answered, John, can you please bring up Ambassador Golden Boy? He should be the next.
Yes, so I think John has a few questions, so Uncle will answer first. Oh, good. Yep.
Thank you very much, moderators. And I thank veteran John Ochang for raising these questions. The first thing I should have retorted is to ask John if he is a veteran. He should have accepted that South Sudan, SPLM, SPLA is for every Southerner, every tribe in the South. That is the first thing. So to stop the idea that what JC is as being a sticking problem, others taking Jieng to be a sticking problem is not appropriate for a veteran to utter, because he has fought for us, for the Southerners, and for the land. Coming to what Mr. John has said, the quotation, as I explained it, is out of context. And therefore, the word invaders being for foreigners, yes, I said it, and I have explained it in the document, and I have explained it verbally, that if you are in Uganda and you are being organized as Equatorians in Uganda, in Congo, and being armed, and cross the borders into South Sudan, that is invasion. Similarly, with the Nuers and the Shuluks and the Fertit organized in Khartoum, in the north, which is an independent country and a foreign country, and coming into South Sudan, that is an invasion. And I have explained it clearly that this is what the Tutsi had done when they were refugees in Uganda and in Congo. They organized and were supported by those foreign countries and invaded their country and defeated the Hutus. So the invasion is when you are coming into somebody's country. You have left your country and you have gone to another country, and therefore you have invaded your own country from a foreign country. And that is what I have said. Up to now, you have support for Thomas Cirillo in Uganda, in Congo, with the training and armament. The same thing with the forces of IO back in 1991, and they remain there. And you can see Paulina Matip. You can go back to history. You can see Garwidwal and all the rest. They were invited back into the army in 2000 into SPLA, which you will remember. They were invited back to come in 2002 when you had your meeting in Chukudum. Again, they were invited back by Salva Kiir in 2006 Juba Declaration. So that is where they have come back to the south. The word incitement, question number two, the word incitement and warning against the massacre. Querel Berger took it from my background. I'm not an inciter. I'm a truth teller. When I was a member of parliament in Juba, after Addis Ababa agreement, and we had High Executive Council, I had to pick up the issue of Jonglei Canal. And we had to work against what the government was proposing, that the Jonglei Canal will be dug. I made my studies of it, and to all our people I distributed my position paper in Juba, in Malakal, and in Wau. And when the people learned of the digging of the canal and it was going to be disadvantage for the South, the Southerners rose against the digging of the canal. Is that an incitement when you are a politician and you tell your people what is going to harm them? Is it incitement? If I have told the Nuers that don't do this, and I have said it to Jieng when he was chief of staff, Jieng, the Nuers are my people, the Dinkas are my people. They are going to fight, and the Nuers are going to start the fighting. And they have become number 75% in the SPLA as a result of 2006 absorption of the militias in the SPLA. They have become 75%, and they are going to fight according to what has been told to them. And by the way, John, you know that I'm from Fanjak, and if you find me in Fanjak, we have two languages. I speak the Nuer as much as any Nuer, and therefore I was elected by both Dinkas and Nuers in 1974. So the Nuers are my people. When I campaigned that this fighting should not take place, it was a warning against the fighting, telling the Nuers don't do that, telling the Dinkas be aware. So if this is what Carol has instigated you people to believe that I'm inciting, telling the truth, which happened immediately after that, and I have been telling them, and we have discussed this with the Nuers, and they know my position. That is not incitement. It is information which must make people to live in harmony. Number 3, drawing the map of the South. There has not been a map of the South that has been drawn by the 28 states or the 32 states, which was declared by the government. It was not JCE. It was the government that decreed the establishment of the 28 and 32 states. And if that anybody has appreciated, we have appreciated that, so that each community, each district, each state can govern itself with the support of the central government, and not the central government to dominate and to be a dictator in the center. So our appreciating the creation of 32 states is a fact. And Kodok for the Shuluks has been made, Fashuda has been made a state. Just like Kapoita has been made a state, Torit a state, Tarageka made a state. This is to empower the local people, all our local people, to be given necessary services, and not a domination by the Dinkas. Dinkas can work anywhere. Murle can work anywhere. Zandi can work anywhere, wherever they feel that they are competent, and they compete, and they will be hired according to their specialization by any government, by any state. And this is not to segregate anybody or take the land by anybody. Instead, it is empowerment of the local people to administer their own land and distribute it accordingly. So the drawing of the creation of the 32 states is empowerment to everybody that deserved administration and decision making. Number 4, which is, you say that there was unfinished business. I don't know what you mean by Dinkas having no borders. Yes, Dinkas have no borders with anybody. They don't have borders with Congo, with Central African Republic, with Ethiopia, with Uganda, except the small corridor of Rang to Khartoum. That's the only corridor that the Dinkas might have. But the rest, the Dinkas are landlocked. And if the forces of Riek Machar have gone to the north, and that means they have blocked the Dinkas from getting to the north. And therefore, Dinkas have no borders. But when the Dinkas, who are affected one way or another by floods, by famine, and they move to another area, such as Nimule, in search of survival and means of livelihood, they should be welcomed by their host population. Like as you are in America, in Canada, in Australia, in Britain, you are welcomed by that government, and you are accommodated. You don't claim the land, but you are a human being to be given means of survival, whether it is a job. You get your children to hospitals, you get your children to schools, you get your children to be uh, well protected and given services. So if that is the case, why should we say that it is a land grab? Why should we deny them the right of accommodation? And you define it as, and the land is very vast for us. If you were to come from to Malakal, you have
Network uncle actually
to divide whatever they call themselves outside. And that, therefore, we say this should not be pursued by civilized people. Let us accommodate ourselves as much as we can based on the needs of individuals. Therefore, we have not grabbed any land and unfortunately, you did not, Carol misled you, John, to think that I'm from Bor. I'm not from Bor. I'm from Fanjak originally, but became independent from Fanjak, and I'm from PG County. PG is a different, and I'm from, by section, I'm Padang. So I'm near to Malakal, 18 miles away from Malakal, and over 200 miles from Bor. Therefore, I'm not from Bor. That is unfortunate information that he has misled many people that I'm from Bor. I'm from Padang, and it was introduced to you by the panel. So what I'm concluding is that Jieng going to Limne, going to Yambio, going to everywhere because of crisis and catastrophe in their area is not invasion, is not going to take the land of some people. They can be accommodated, they can be assimilated, they can be given services. When they want to go back, they can go back. So I think that I have answered you. If you have some queries, I can come back to you later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Joshua, for the response to Brother John. I hope, Brother John, you are satisfied with the answer. And I know, Uncle, when you study theology, it becomes very difficult to not tell the truth. Thank you so much for the answer. Ms. Teresa Barr, who is next in the list?
The next person is Gordon Boy.
Hello? Yes.
Gordon Boy, you can active your, yeah.
So I thank the moderator for bringing our uncle to answer some false allegations that were raised by Carol Berger. I think last week there was some other forum that we discussed this issue, and I talked at length to dispute most of the false allegations raised by Carol Berger. As Uncle already mentioned, she doesn't even know that Uncle is from Greater Panjak and now is from Fiji. For that reason, by itself, it shows that Carol Berger does not know what she was writing.
Raise your
Hello?
voice a little bit. Yeah, raise your voice a little bit. Your voice is
Oh,
quite
okay.
low. Thank you.
Maybe. Yeah, so what I was saying, the fact that she doesn't even know that Uncle Joshua is from Fiji or Greater Panjak, and then shows that she whatever she writes there, most of it is based on falsehood, not truth. For example, in her that working paper, you would even see very false allegation because the 2013 fighting has nothing to do with a Dinka as a community having an agenda of taking lands from other communities. Even she did not even give us a shred of evidence. Do the Dinka have a land issue with the Nuer, to the point that the 2013 war was caused by the Dinka attempt to take New land. That one is false. It's not true, because the conflict in 2013 was caused by the political power struggle in Juba. It has nothing to do with the Nuer having problem with the Dinka on the issue of land. So if you read an article, you would assume made to believe falsely that the Dinka and the Nuer have a land dispute, and which is not true. So that one by itself it shows that Carol Berger article was based on propaganda which was already existing, and the propaganda that was existing that was spearheaded by opposition fighting the government was that they want to vilify the Dinka community, and to do that you have to target a vulnerable group like Jieng Council Elders. You know, even last week, I was telling people that do you people know there is Nuer Council of Elders which is existing in Juba, and the chair of that council is General James Earl. Why people are not talking about it is because to vilify our government, and some of these people took up arms to fight to topple our president Salva, then they have to connect with the community by making propaganda that is being controlled by Jieng Council of Elders, which is not the fact. The creation of 28 states, how 28 states came about, one day the politicians will talk. There were even Equatorians, because the proposal that was made, individual people who expressed their views from Jieng Council, they were doing it as individuals. They were not the people who created 28 states. Even if I was telling people that if we go with the opinions of some of the members of Jieng Council, their opinion was closer to 21 states of Riek Machar, because most of these people were people who ruled before. They were former administrators during in the 70s. These are veteran politicians, and their proposal was closer to React, not to government. What came out as a 28 state was the give and take of politicians, including Equatorians, but I cannot mention their name because there are Equatorians in the government who had their own vested interest. They said, no, I need this for my state. I need this, I need that, and it became 28 states. It has nothing to do with the Jieng Council Elders. If we follow the opinion of Jieng Council Elders, we would end up with something closer to what Riek Machar read on 28 states based on the 21 states of Riek justifying it. And the proposal of some members of Jieng Council Elders was closer to Riek than to the government. But nobody wants to talk about it because they want to vilify the government, to say that the government is controlled by one tribe in order for others, to hate the government, then to develop hatred against our people. It's very good. I really appreciate Uncle to come to dispute all this nonsense, because most of his comments, as he said, were taken out of context, and these are the facts. We should not be carried by propaganda that is targeting on ethnic group. I don't think we can build a nation by targeting ethnic community. And this is exactly what Carol Berger wants to say, that Sudan cannot be governed. It is just a broken nation. And that was the objective, because they have to justify why the UN forces should stay in South Sudan. And that working paper, by the way, was commissioned by the UNIMIT. He was given money to study the problem in South Sudan and give it to the UNIMIT. So UNIMIT will go and give it to the UN to justify why the UN forces will continue staying in South Sudan. And for that, they have to give a bad picture of the country, that this country mind the future, and then to justify even the UN takeover, because there were people who advocated for UN trusteeship. We had to fight them here. Some of them were even, one of the vocal people was Paganamum. Paganamum went as far as hiring American lawyers to convince the U.S. government that South Sudan should be put under UN trusteeship. And there were voices, people like Hilde Johnson advocating that in the UN level. So for you to justify the UN trusteeship, you have to say that the Dinka who are in power have an agenda to commit genocide. And that's exactly what Carol Berger wanted to do. What I want to tell is good, the rest of people are hearing. Like people should, I believe, not. Sometimes it pains my heart how some people would even believe Kawaja more than believing themselves. Man, you can go and do your own research and find out that this is the truth. But you will wait for Kawaja, a colonial power, to come and tell you what to do. This is very painful for us. So this is what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, can I just mention something?
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to inform the audience that we will not be able to bring all of you guys up. So please, if you can, direct your question through the back channel to John, Miss May, Tony, and myself. So that way we can pass your question on to Uncle Joshua. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Nyandeng, and thank you so much, Ambassador Gordon Boy. Thanks for your service to our country in Washington, D.C. And thank you so much, too, for making yourself available for your people in social media. You are one of the government employees that had been interacting with the public here. For that reason there, I give you a big deal of appreciation. If you don't mind, follow me back, because we're going to have a lot to discuss, because clearly, Brother Gordon, there is too much confusion going on in our communities, and it will need people like you to clarify things out, or else we are going to go as a confused society. And with that there, I'm sure Ambassador Gordon Boyd did not have a question, but he had comments, so therefore there is no question directly. Ms. May, if you can hear me, take it over from me.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you. Yes, so Gordon, thank you so much, Ambassador Gordon Boy, for the addition to what our topic is on today. Teresa is the one that's in charge of presenting the next people to ask the question. So please, Madam Teresa, take it over.
شكرا جزيلا مسز ماي. أنا بشكر أمباسادور جوردن بوي لكلام السمح اللي قالوا لنا. هسه the next speaker هيكون أبونا ماير. أبونا ماير، أفتح مايك بتاعتك. Floor is yours. Thank you.
First of all, let me say thank you for this opportunity, and please excuse me, and I'm sorry, I'm in very crowded places here where I am. Some of the noises, please be that much. What I'm thanking God for is we can see today among us, Uncle Joshua is among us. That Carol, you know, somebody will get to ask himself or herself, what is this really girl is looking for? Is anthropologists in case to try to describe some of the tribe in South Sudan. We have 64 tribes in South Sudan, and you come and try to. That means you have an idea. The whole thing that this lady is putting down in that book. That's first. Secondly, let me say thank you, Joshua, for coming here to clear some of the confusion that we have. It's in the history, as a Sudanese or South Sudanese, we are very intellectual people. But lately we become very confused citizens that don't even know the truth from the lies. And thus will drag our country to the bottom of the ocean. And that's somebody like you to come because we don't know you as, according to me, in my reading to the history, according to me, as I know you, you are not coming as one of just, representing a tribe because you are a politician and you lead a politician high rank in Sudan and you lead that well, follow 1972 agreement. So you are there for the people of South Sudan since the beginning of this era of the history of South Sudan. So somebody can come now and demand you and put the shame on you and because you tell the truth, that is going to be something we very regret about it. And that's why my prayers always for the Sudanese people And thank you. You came here, and please encourage people like you, encourage our brothers, our other communities to come, and give us some insight in their own perspective. Because now, if we don't rescue our country, and that lot of fight is to divide the cake of this country. And that dividing the cake is everybody can go his own way. And that's thing. There will be no something called South Sudan. So my opinion, and this is my personal opinion, and by the way, I am in Juba right now. I'm talking to you in Juba right now. I met you last year, and now I will try by all means to meet you here again. To see whether there is a way we can bring our elders from other communities to come and contribute their own perspective and their own understanding about what's going on in the community. Because that's telling the story in one side will tell, like now, brother boy, thank you, he came. He's not the eldest, but he told some of the truth that we need to hear. But if that comes from the elders from Nuer, that will be more loaded and be more respect, and that's will be more helpful to from somebody telling. Because if some golden boy telling it, he's going to be golden boy. Maybe he buy his position. He's going to be doing this because he want to be there in his own position as ambassador and all those kinds. But we need the truth in this time. If we need this country to go ahead, we need the truth to come out from all the entire 64 tribes from country called South Sudan. Because we are very confused, especially we live in diaspora. I am one of them. We live in diaspora. We kind of,
Abuna, your network is very poor. Maybe. Abuna?
Yes, Abuna, if you can hear us, your network is buffering. We cannot hear you. Yes, it seems like you're connected again now, so go ahead and unmute yourself and then continue.
And guys, please, let's make it short.
Yes, it looks like Abuna is having network issues there. Other than that, in his remarks, it doesn't look like there was any question in it. So they were just comments. And if his network becomes good later on, and then he can come back. If he has any question to ask, he can come back again. But for now, we will look into the list from Sister Teresa. Teresa, who is next in the list?
شكرا جزيلا. The next person هسه حيكون Peter Nyaba.
Excuse me, to the audience and the panelists also, Uncle Peter Adrog Nyaba is also in the room with us here. Thank you, Dr. Nyaba, for being with us. You, Uncle Aldo, Joe, and now Uncle Joshua made yourself available for us. It means a lot to us. We're the social media generation. Because we had been ridiculed, we had been told that the social media is for kids, but there is no another better way you can send message to us or give us some corrections or inform us aside from the social media nowadays. So thank you, Uncle Peter Nyaba.
Thank you. Thank
Sister
you very
Teresa.
much. Thank you very much. I think I got the chance, and I want to greet everybody in the room. Also, I want to commend Reverend Honorable Joshua Dow for his presentation, which was quite eloquent and nice. I enjoyed it, and but honestly, brothers and sisters, this is a paper, a research paper, and if you want to rebut, you want to make a rebuttal to a research paper, you present counter facts. It's not just denial that this did not happen or so. No, nobody will be convinced. In the scientific world, people will not be convinced by just denying. You must present counter facts. I read this paper. I read it 2 years ago. And in fact, I'm surprised when I hear Joshua trying to deny what he even said himself. What he even said himself. He's trying to deny as if it is something which is, and he's not saying that he is being misquoted. No, he is being quoted, and this is what he presented in the interview. So this is completely wrong, Joshua. Let me tell you, it is wrong because you are not even correcting the situation by denying some of what you have already said. You are not.
Question,
You are not. You are not correcting the situation.
Just go
I'm
direct.
not. I'm not asking a question. I'm making a comment. I said, please. And it is important for us to discuss these things. It's good.
Dr. Uncle
No,
Peter,
don't interrupt me, please.
with due respect, I wouldn't want you to respond. It's a question. If not, we will drop you down.
No, but this is a discussion. This is a research paper.
With due respect, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May.
Yes, I hope one day, Dr. Nyaba, if you, it seems like you have an opinion in the way Uncle Joshua responded. What we will do is that we will organize a debating room to where you and Uncle Joshua can debate this out so that we can hear the two sides of arguments. But for now here, we want to focus mainly on the presentation that was done by Uncle Joshua. Hang in there. We will create a room for you. We will give you a room to debate Uncle Joshua if he's available. But for now, we don't want the audience to lose the focus on the presentation which was done today. Sorry about that. And Sister Teresa, you look into the line and.
Excuse me. I just want to say that to the audience down, then also to what happened to Yaba, Nyeba. I beg you, moderators, please let us have respect to all those elders of ours. Robin is our elder. Yaba is our elder. When he want to make a comment, why don't you allow him to make a comment? And then just only embarrassing like that is not good. If that is the case, I cannot. Some of us also can leave. It's not good. Bring him up. Let him finish his comment. Thank you.
That's okay, John. Thank you so much for your opinion. It's good to know. And if you are here because there are some people that you think should be here, if they're not here, then you can be here. Then yes, you can drop yourself. That's fine. Sister Teresa, please tell us who is next in the list.
Thank you, Saswal. The next person on the list, I think it's Aluel. Sister Aluel, you can come up if you have anything.
Oh, you can move on now. I have nothing to say right now.
Okay.
Well, can I say something, please?
Can you guys mute James, please? I do have a question from the audience by one of our brothers.
Not yet. We're not answering questions from the back channel. Just wait.
Okay.
Okay. The next person, Hayakun, Stas James. James, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. The reason I was one of the listeners down there, but I disagree with what you did to Dr. Nyamba. He should be there. He should speak his mind. He should do, and then Uncle Joshua will have to either ignore his claims or answer them. But this is the debate. You should not do that. Please, and I beg you.
Listen here. Listen, the audience and those of you who are given chances to come up here, please, if you are here, do not come here to tell us what to do. If you have a question, go straight to the questions. Okay, we know what we are doing, and if you need, we are going to have evaluation session later on. You can join us in the room and tell us what to do next. But if you come here to give us to give us instruction as to what to do, we are going to lose the focus of the presentation. Please respect that. John, if you are here for James, if you are here for a question, please go straight for the question, please.
Okay. The question is to you guys, you the moderator, because I seen this in other rooms, and was respected room, was
Sir,
clear room.
we are not doing the presentation. We are not doing the presentation. Don't judge our performance, okay? If
I'm
you
not
want,
judging your performance. I'm just saying.
Can somebody just drop him? It's not
All
time for
right.
argument.
Well, let me say something before we go ahead. The audience, everybody.
Yeah, Jama, I'm being disturbed by people, all non-Dinkas. You can drop yourself down then. Drop yourself.
Yep, I've dropped John. Okay. I want to put this straight. The reason we organized, the purpose for organizing this room today has been laid out from the beginning. So if you came in late, you could have, Abuna, mute. If you had come in late, you may have not known the purpose of today. The purpose of today is a response to Carol Berger's report. The report, I believe most of you have read it, most of you have analyzed it in most of your shows, including John has done that extensively. Uncle Joshua has responded in a written form, in detailed, and then we just wanted today to hear from him and what's his in his response to the report itself, because he has been what is it? He has been
Hello.
Has been
reference.
quoted.
He has been
Hello.
quoted in the report many times. So we are here to listen to Uncle Joshua. We are here to listen to his response to the report itself. Dr. Adwok Nyaba, with due respect, he has been on Clubhouse many times. He has been invited in many rooms. There is a space for him to present his presentation on based on what he thinks about it, as in scientific analysis or whatever. I believe he may have done that, or if he hasn't, then any of you in the audience here have a chance to create a room anytime, today, tomorrow, and please let him present to you. We are here strictly for Uncle's response as an individual, and that's it. So if you're coming here to come and dictate this, we will drop you. Okay? We will continue each and everyone that's up here to ask a question straightforward to the question. If you just want to make a comment, we will drop you because we're not giving comments. Madam Teresa, you can take up your role, please. Thank you.
Madam Teresa, may I say something? This is Joshua.
Yes.
Yes, you can go ahead. Yeah.
I would beg the leadership of the panel to let Peter Dwok say something. I know him very well, and this afternoon he had written to me about what he is saying to you now, and I have read his paper, another paper. So I would be glad if let him be given the opportunity to whatever. I will not be disappointed with him because we have been discussing. We are friends. Allow him to say something instead of letting your podium be disturbed. I will bear with him, and as we do. Thank you.
All right, Uncle, with respect to you, we will invite him back up with your request. So I will look for him in the audience and I'll bring him up.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Dwok, if you're in the audience, please raise your hands. I could bring you up. I can't find you. Is it moderators? If any of you can see him, please bring him up. Is Peter Nyaba? Yeah, it's probably. We'll just go ahead while we find him. So we'll just give a chance to the next person to ask a question.
Please, I am ready to ask a question only. I am ready to ask a question somewhere.
Look here, Samuel. This is the problem with you people. You don't come here and act like you're in a hurry and you want to make momentum. I'm going to drop you until you're ready to respect the room.
Ask. Now you ask.
Our next in question to ask a question. Abuna hasn't finished. So Abuna, I think you wanted to ask a question or finish your remark before being network time. So please go ahead.
Abuna, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Let me stay behind a little bit, okay? Let the other people ask the question, and if there is, I will do it at them. Thank you. Hello?
Abuna, do you? But okay, you will be next. All
Yeah,
right, we will.
Yeah, you just let the other people go ahead and ask their question, very important question. Those who are impatient now to talk, let them do that, and let me leave it. Leave me behind, please. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. This Dr. Adok Nyaba, we apologize that we dropped you. If you're in the audience, please, with the request of Uncle Joshua, we would like to bring you back up. So please raise your hands. Raise your hand, and I'll bring you back up. And I apologize for that. Thank you. The next person, while we wait for him to come back, is it? What, Madam Teresa Lotwing? I don't know the line.
احنا بس عايزين يا جماعة بس سؤال اي زول نقول له تعال تجي تقدم سؤال بتاعتك بس في خلال 2 minutes. I think the next person is keep it low.
Yeah,
Keep it low. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm here.
Just سؤال. Just a question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, moderators and the listeners. My question is, as Dinka become the topics in every Facebook or a clubhouse, Dinka are the rapers, Dinka are this, Dinka are the occupiers, Dinka are the dominants, Dinka. My question is, what will be the solutions for this in the Facebook and in the clubhouse? And I clear myself, I'm a Dinka defender. I defend Dinka against those on the Facebook and those on the clubhouse. And I cannot say the tribes, but they are those individuals who are in the Facebook and the clubhouse. For me, I think they are position seekers, and they're looking for positions. When they get position, they're quiet. They don't talk about what they are saying in the clubhouse or in the Facebook.
Keep it
So
low.
my
Yes, we
question,
need the question.
yeah,
Please.
my question is, what will be the solutions? That's my question. What will be the solution for those in the Facebook and clubhouse? What will be the solution for them? What can we do for them? I declare myself I'm a Dinka defender. So my question is, what will be the solution? Uncle Joshua Dow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the next person will be Boot.
Thank you. Thank you, Uncle Joshua Diwal. the moderator, Ambassador Boy, right there. And my question was one question, and always I've been asked since this war start. So when will the power struggle in the SPLM leadership aim? Because I see that is there are relevance. We
This is
see
a
it at 90.
political question. This is a political question, and we're
Yeah.
not here for political questions. So just ask directly to the question according to the book, please. Thank
Actually, therefore, I will leave you to go there. And I don't have nothing to ask now. So since that my question was categorized, so I will leave you to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ustaz Wood. The next person will be what? Just the question of what?
Oh, thank you.
2 minutes.
Thank you, moderators, the panelists, and also Uncle Joshua Dow. I will only have two questions. I don't think that I will make a comment, but if my 2 minutes are not finished, I can be able to also make a comment that will not make you upset or something like that, because I respect your show. You are doing excellent work. The show will not be. What you guys are doing is good. It's a good job. Uncle Joshua Dow, why it took you so long time to come and respond to the pamphlet? It isn't a book. It is called pamphlet. The pamphlet was written by a spy, Jasus here. Why it took you so long? Because what was written has made damage. Psychologically and emotionally, it has made Junubin to become depressed. Why it took you so long time to come? That's number one. Number two, who has given you the JC to speak to the foreigners that you don't understand whether they are spies or not? Even though I have respect for the JC, you have done your job, because you challenge the Jieng society not to retaliate the 2013, and that actually is a credit to you, Uncle Yusha Dao, and the rest of 44 members. Even though I disagree with the president of JC, but overall I have respect for you, because we are quite Dirkwa. You are our elders, and if you have stepped in to protect and deny the retaliation of Jieng, it was an excellent. Because South Sudan was about to turn into a new Congo in Africa. And that to me is the credit, because I know when the JC was founded, even though I disagree with it, you have done your job. Now, بالنسبة للإخوة الأخوار اللي قاعدين they show present, you done your job. What I want you to know, if someone is coming here to defend the one you drop them down, because this is your show. You can decide who you want, what you want, the question you want to ask. Please don't give people chance to defend those you drop, whether they are big people, whether they are professors, the doctors, whether they are really second to God. It doesn't matter. It is your show. You can make a choice, and you are doing an excellent job. So, Uncle Dow, the third one. What is the future? What is the future? What is the future? What is the future for South Sudan after you came late? After you came late to respond to the pamphlet of a spy, Jasus here, a spy of the imperialists. But thank you for coming. Ushukuru New Zealand. My name is Agun Wine from Northern Barakazal. I'm a member of the SPLM party for 28 years, and I believe in the SPLM party. We will defeat the test of our time.
Thank you, Agwat. I think so. هندي فرصة ل Uncle Joshua عشان يجاوب الأسئلة ده، وبعد ذاك بنستمر.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Thank you very much, moderators. glad and grateful that you have given Dr. Peter Adwong a chance, but he has disappeared. I talked to him, but he is not going back to you. So, as I said, we know one another and we will discuss some in other fora. Now, I think I have only one question from the Agwat. I very much appreciate the way he has asked. Why it took me so long to come to respond to Carol Berger. I would simply say the opportunity did not come about. The clubhouse for us, we in Africa, is new. We are just getting up to know about it, but you might have been in the business of good debate, democratic opinions expression, which I very much appreciate, and everybody is beginning to appreciate it. And we have talked to some of my colleagues, those of Alda Joe, those of others, and Peter Nyaba, but it has not been easy for us. If I were now in Juba, I would have not spoken to you the way we are speaking. I'm now in Nairobi because the network is terribly, terribly bad in Juba. And so we have not known how we could reach you and how we can debate in this response. I would have responded long ago, but when I heard it debated in the clubhouse, that's how I came up. And you people, moderators and the organizers, the founders of this Jieng Nam Tok clubhouse, I appreciate it very much that you are able to track us down and be able to respond to some of these opinions. Therefore, Mr. Agot, I did not delay and I did not entertain that opinion since I read that document. But there was no forum for us to discuss with you or with her or with anybody. So when the opportunity came,
Yep, I think he has dropped out. I think the internet is not good. Yeah.
For now, until we come back.
Put the music on, DJ. Let me try and get some music.
Is it my network or you guys? Because I hear about being
Yeah, we are kind of network uncle actually drop out, so hopefully he's I don't know any network and will kick out. Someone should get and check on him.
okay. Thank you. Now, wouldn't an Padang, wouldn't you, mate? When being a mouth?
I'm trying to find. I'm searching on my. Hang on. All right, let me try to find the song again.
He is back.
Okay, Uncle is back.
Uncle, I think you ben.
are you hearing me? Hello.
Yes, Sina being Uncle.
Okay, yeah, okay. I was responding, sorry that things went wrong. I was responding to Mr. Aguot that I have not shy away, or I have not, it has not taken me long to respond. There was no forum where I could have responded to her allegations and her twisting of the story that we have discussed, and the way she has gone all over the South, Dinka villages, to tell is to find out who Dinkas are and to twist or to badly write about us. There was no forum. This forum has just come up very late for us, we those in the South. And if I were not in Juba, if I were not in Nairobi, perhaps I would have not found it out easily. And I would have not spoken the way we are now speaking, because the network is terrible in Juba. And some people can get it right. Now, I have not avoided responding to her malicious allegations. And there are other people who have instigated. I think I will try to send you people some of the documents that some Southerners have the same opinion, trying to sell us to the Western world to use their conspiracy theories on us. So it was an opportunity that did not avail itself. So I hope I have answered you, that I'm not shy away from answering these charges.
Oh, thank you so much, Uncle Joshua, for the answer. Moving on to the audience who are listening there, please, you can send more questions to Sister.
Okay, what is network?
Well, I think internet network is not good.
Network they poor. Lotwing,
Tony,
Yeah. Your network is really bad. Well, we can't hear you.
And
Well, did you hear me? We can't hear you at all.
Mute him so he can see that his network is not working. Aywa.
Lotwing, Locketwing.
Okay. I think the next person will be Eustace.
Ustaz or Ustaz, you mean Ustaz, a teacher in Arabic. Are you calling me?
Yes, Uncle, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, the
Okay,
floor is
thank
yours.
you very much, Uncle Joshua. This is Martin Page, Gordon Motat. I'm your in-law through, yeah, through your, you've married my cousin. Yeah, so how are you, Uncle? You okay? Abiachuk is my cousin. Abiachuk is my cousin. Hello? Are you able to hear me? Yeah?
Yeah, Uncle
yes,
Gordon,
we
he's
do.
hearing you.
You're hearing me? Okay, good. Now, my question is, because I was in Juba when the Jieng Council of Elders were being established, and I was one of those people who were a bit skeptical about it. But the argument that was advanced those days was that it will help all the issues, the social ills we have, like the high price of marriages, the bride wealth, and so on. But unfortunately, obviously, the war came, and then you took on a different role. But there is a document that says the master plan, the 200 years plan for the Jieng Council of Elders. I asked Uncle Aldo the other time. Now, And Uncle Aldo said that is not, he denied categorically that there is a document linked with Young Council of Elders. But why don't you come out with a press release to state it, to say clearly that you have nothing to do with that master plan document? And the document says South Sudan is going to be ruled by the Jieng people for 200 years. And it's sad when one community is being targeted by everybody. And that's why we said some of this targeting is
Yeah,
not
في روم
right.
هناك روم هناك الدنيا با فحضرت الدنيا.
Pardon? I didn't hear it. Yeah, all right. Do I carry on? Hello?
Yes, go on.
Yes, carry
Yeah,
on.
yeah. So why don't you come out officially with a document that says that you have nothing to do with that document? That document is a fake. And secondly, I echo out what other people will say. Why don't you get elders from other communities so all of you together can work together to unite the social fabric and to unite all South Sudanese and to take the tribal division out of politics. So politicians could debate all the army people can fight all the wars, but not to involve the innocent people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ustaz Faj. Yes, definitely. Thanks for the question on that, the master plan paper, actually. I would like to hear more about it, too, because I have my own way of investigation that I did with regard to that paper, too. And it is so unfortunate that our people are so desperate to divide themselves up and wage war against one another in order to perfect the imperial agenda. Sister Teresa, who do you have down there in your list?
I think it's Akoba. Akoba, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jieng Namtok, for this opportunity you granted to me today. I'm very happy to hear from our elders. I'm going to go straight to my question. My question going to go to Honorable uh, Dio. So now you guys have seen the clutches. What will be the solution with all this kind of mess that's happened to Jieng? Because we've been leaving our bones in every corner of South Sudan, and now we become a target as you guys assume your leadership to be a Jieng Council of Elders. Would you guys go to every village of Jieng to go and address them? We are the one that leading you, and this is the peace that we are talking about. We don't need anybody to lose their life anymore. And second to it, why are you guys being targeted by that journalist, targeted only Jieng Council of Elders? Did you guys sit down and analyze why she was asking only Jieng Council of Elders when I hear that there is a lot of every tribe elders that exist in Juba? And second to it, what is the plan for 2023? Because we don't want everybody to sting our name in the social media. Would you guys go ahead and talk to those who move to another areas to convince them to move to their own areas and build on their own areas? Because those people, they hate us and they are benefiting from us. That's going to be only three questions. And thank you so much for showing up in this social media. And this is the open door. And next time we will call you and we will talk in our dialect so that you can bring anything that you have in your heart, because English is our third or fourth language. You cannot say anything that you want to mean and make somebody satisfied. And I thank you, moderators, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Okoba. Mute your mic, please. Yes, there is a question, Uncle Joshua. A lot of questions had been asked. There had been young people dying in Rumbek, Warab, and so on. And Jieng Council of Elders never make a move to go and address those issues. And from the perspective of the young and unmarried people, too, they're crying out, why is the Jieng marriage so expensive? So I hope you will find yourself a time to answer those questions here. Sister Teresa, check the list, and I hope you can still take one more question and then give Uncle a chance to answer them.
I think the next person here is Alib I. Aliba, the floor is yours. Question just
Can
2
he
minutes.
answer those two questions that has been asked first before the next person is actually asked the question? I think that would be fair if we do it 2-2.
Okay, Uncle can go and answer the question, please. Thank
Thank you again. This has been a great opportunity to meet my in-law, Martin Page Gordon. This is the second time that we have met again on the social media. Yes, I know as much as you know, Ustaz Martin, our relationship. So I'm grateful that you are on today. That you asked the question, what will help in the uh, social situation? The first question is not here. What would help us in the social discussion that Jieng is targeted? And the master plan of 200 years. And why don't we come out with a document? Uh, and why don't we have a National Council of Elders? Are these the questions? If these are the questions, then fine. Uh, Master plan of 200 years definitely is not JCE work, and we don't know uh, who are propagating for that. There are many, many documents that have been released against the JCE, and I think you all know and why people are prejudiced against and try to make a uh, mud throwing on the Jieng. You all know why that is the reason. If you go back to this political struggle, which is turned into community or ethnic blackmailing, we started with Abel Alier, and that's why it was said that, Abel Alier is not good. When it was given to Joseph Lago, he started to make kokora. When it was given to engineer James Tombra, what did he do? He turned us over to the north and abolished the the Addis Ababa agreement, and that created the war. People rebelled and went to war. So and then when people fought, the majority of our people deserted. Nuer and Shiluk and Fertit went to Khartoum, and you know that. And veteran John knows about it if he has not worked out. Equatorians, most of them came to Uganda and Kenya and Congo. The Jiang decided to fight it, but did not fight it alone. There were many, many good nationalists from all these communities, including James Wani Iga, who remained, and that's why he's the vice president in the leadership of the SPLM today. Similarly, James Wood Mai remained, and that's an Oyai Deng, and many others remained. Although there were few in number, we have acknowledged that these people are dedicated, but the majority deserted and left us in the war. So the mud throwing is out of jealousy. When you have primitive community, majority of the people are illiterate. That's why they go to mobilize from the base of their communities. So we have nothing really to do about it. We cannot overnight explain it away until we also, on our part, become very serious. And you young leaders, you have to come up with a very big program of community development, economic development, social development. You have to build a lot of services, give a lot of services to all the areas until people begin to see that we can contribute to the welfare of the whole country as much as others who are with us in the field can contribute to it. So the master plan, we cannot come out with a document because it is just a mud throwing, a blackmailing document. How can we determine that we will be there for 200 years? Do you remember history that in Malakal Secondary School, a slogan was framed up that Dinkas are born to rule? Can you remember when we went back into 3 regions, when James Tomora gave Nimeri the power to divide us and fragmental the South, the Addis Ababa Agreement? Our people went to Wow, our people went to Malakal, our people remained in Juba, and Daniel DK, Daniel Cod Matthews, went and created a slogan that Upper Nile without bore. So these prejudices are there, and we cannot just come out every time somebody has rubbish to throw on us to come and deny it. They will die. They will die out alone because you people know you have no such a plan. If we in the small JCE have written that policy, we would have established it in a booklet or spread it out to you people. But we have not done that because we know the country is our country for every community, every ethnic community that is in South Sudan. And we cannot bluntly and stupidly come out to say that we have a 200 years plan to govern the South. So I'm sorry we cannot come out. I'm the chair. My co-chair, Molana Ambrose, is sick, and so I'm the chairman now of JCE. But I can say, knowing our members, we cannot, and knowing our political background, we cannot make that blunder for you young generations to come. So that one we will not make. We don't know that document, but it will die out as it is a nonsense. Number 2, the idea that we should form a council of elders. This has been our propaganda until one time President Salva Kiir authorized General Akolkur, to allow us to form a South Sudan Council of Elders. But somehow, and the women organized a big conference in Freedom Hall in Juba, and we all were there, and we tried to speak out that we should form a council of National Council of Elders of South Sudan. We went to Nairobi, and we met, because JCE, we met with the National Council of Elders of Kenya, and we also met with the Kikuyu Council of Elders, and we met with the Nuer Council of Elders in exile under Daniel Aramoy, and that was led by late Gabriel Yuan, who unfortunately died recently. And we met and we resolved that it has nothing to do with a tribal sentiment. The war is a political and economic power struggle. So we as communities, we have to do something by speaking to our communities that this is not a tribal agenda to target one another. So that we have been trying to do that. As Ostaz Akoba has asked a question, what will be the solution to the JC being targeted everywhere? And therefore, can you not advise our people to go back to their own villages? Yes, I think I have answered it one way or another. That if there is a problem in one part of the country, the government takes the responsibility of resettling people in the other part where it is suitable for their survival. If there is flood in Upper Nile and the people of Upper Nile run away on their own as individuals or as families, they don't run away as communities, not running away as a decision made by that community that we go to that such a land. They find their own way as a way of survival. So individuals, whether they are moving in a group, they try to go where they can survive. And therefore, our coming to Equatoria, it was because it was easy for the Boer people to come to Equatoria, and they went to where they thought they have some possibilities of surviving. If they came to Torit and found the Mahdi, or found the Cholis, then they have to stay there. So our being taken back will depend on the suitability of the situation. Just as you people have decided, some of you who had the opportunity, they went to Canada, others went to Australia, others went to Britain and other parts of Europe. And when that time comes, when you need to come back, you will come back to your own place according to the convenience of the situation. As being a social body about to come intervene in the social issues between the Monjang Rot, JC has been very effective in going to solve the problems in our own communities. You will remember that we had a good meeting with when there was a GAR issue. We had to call Governor Matur, and we met with him for 4 days. We met in Nyakoron, big meeting, and people like John Wall were alive and made a big contribution. That what was the cause of that conflict? It was a lack of law and order. So we have been intervening, and we asked Governor Matur Chut that he should relax and impose the law. And therefore, in our situation, where people have just come out from the bush, and resources are very scanty, you cannot supply every area with a judge and every area with the police, and these have not been, institutions have not been effectively established. So that is a big challenge to our people. We have also made a big delegation to Aguak and Apuk issue, and it was resolved. We met in Juba and brought the two factions, because if it is the political leaders in Juba instigating the common man in the village between Apuk and Aguak, then we had to intervene. So these issues, we have been intervening and trying to resolve them. Unfortunately, situation has not been very helpful, to the extent that we even brought some people from Apuk and Aguak, from Jieng, under the support of the bishop who was there, who raised some funds for that mediation. And we met with them. We sent our 8 members to Jieng in order to reconcile the leaders of the community of Apuk and Aguak. So we have been trying to intervene, but the conditions, whether it is lack of communication infrastructure, whether it is lack of resources, we have been faced with challenges. And political leaders also of the areas, they try to infiltrate into their sectional communities. But the main problem is lack of implementation of the law and order, in applying the law and order. To the extent that in Rumbek, those who were arrested were released by the soldiers who were their relatives. And that's where there was revenge killing everywhere in the village. And unfortunately, the poverty has made the soldiers to sell their guns to the people, and then they can get cows and get married, and that has been also a problem, that the common man is having a gun in his own area, buying with cattle, and therefore it has to do with also institution in the army letting their guns and their soldiers dispose of their guns and bullets, and this is unfortunate. The question that why are we targeted, I think I have answered it in many ways. That the targeting is whatever you can assume by your numbers, by Jieng numbers. I think we occupy the big space in the area of any jobs that are open. And if it is by competition, you people have a lot of educated people, and your numbers are threatening. When you come back from exile, as you are people in diaspora, your numbers will be greater than any other tribe comparatively, and that will make you to be a target. Uh, so I think there is also a prejudice on the side of the international community, which has also been aggrieved by our government. If you want to talk politics, the international community expected the Western world take the Troika. The Troika wanted us to give them the oil and the resources, and not the Chinese, not the Malaysian, not the people who are ready to come and have. As you have politics in Africa, that China is beginning to be very much in Africa. So this kind of situation has made us to be targeted by everybody, not only Southern Sudanese communities, but even international communities. We have become a target, and therefore, to us, we have to be very shrewd in our management of the country and the resources. We have to be proud that we are educated, and we have to be selfless in delivering services. And this, I think, it is a challenge to you, young generation, that you have to take a challenge to deliver service to your people. All the Sudanese, all the Southern Sudanese, must be served equally and must be given the benefit. And that's what we were encouraging the government to create the 28 states. As somebody was talking before, Gordon Boy, the 28 states came up after the 21 states of Dr. Riek Machar. And as he rightly pointed out, those who originally proposed that one as a mockery was 23, according to 23 districts. We were there, left by the colonial powers. So we are being targeted for no good reasons. And what do you have said that what Koba has said in his last question? What is the plan for 2023? The return to our areas. I don't think that we will predict that. It will depend on the floods that if they subside, then the government of the day will decide how to settle, how to take people back to their areas. But if people have, let me be very honest with this. As you see it in my document, it is the responsibility of the government to settle people who are affected by natural disasters. If it is floods, if it is famine, if it is war, you have to plan. So we cannot say that we will force our people. The JCE would be against forcing the people to go and die in Bentiu, in Fanjab, and I think you have seen some photographs of cattle dying, and these are national wealth dying in Ayut, dying in Bentiu, dying in Fanjab, and these are Nuer areas. Why should they be allowed to die? This is national wealth. Why should the people not be airlifted to higher grounds and be given settlement until that opportunity comes when they can voluntarily go back or be resettled and served by the government of the day, by the government of the country? What happened to Khartoum when they wanted to create a dam in Halfa? Did they not remove the population in Halfa to the south and settle them? Because that was a national project that will benefit everybody. It should benefit all the Sudanese. So I would think that for anybody to say that we succumb to the pressure of people who don't want people to be in Equatoria or in Dinka land, if we find a will is higher ground, we can settle the Equatorians in a will. If we find that people are to survive well, people of Torit, and they will survive in Jebel Boma, they can be settled in Jebel Boma because the land is empty and the government should take care of them, give them medical services, give them education, give them means of livelihood. So the idea of a government is not to succumb to whoever does not want X and Y to be with him. This one, I don't think that is going to be said by any intelligent person, by any person who is educated to rule the country, that he can succumb to the pressure of hatred and tribalism. No. So for us, we don't have a plan to return the people to their areas because of the pressures in Equatoria or pressures in Burma or pressures wherever. We will settle our people wherever convenient, and that is the responsibility of the government. It is not JCE. JCE is encouraging people to survive. It's encouraging government to create institutions so they take care of people. There was a question which I think it was the moderator that faced that question, that the Jieng marriage is very expensive. You will find that many people are beginning to say it's bad for Jieng to continue expensive marriages. Yes, I quite agree with you. And I think those who have married from my area or from my family, my immediate family, have not gone under that pressure. It's because I know if my daughter is married with few cows, they will die tomorrow, they will finish tomorrow. And livelihood, if she is married to a man who will take care of her and her future children, I will be more comfortable than having no cows. The tradition has been that if your sister or your daughter is married, your sons and her brothers will get married also with those cows. But now things are changing. You people are beginning to work and you can buy cattle or you can give money in terms of marriage. But it's a token of commitment. I should say that when you are given something in marriage, is a token of your commitment and not buying, as it would be said in the Western world. So we are not continuing with buying. We are trying to have it as a noble signal, a token of relationship and a bone of relationship, and not a sale, and not to discourage people. No Dinka man has ever been rejected to marry because he has no cattle. That has been a tradition, and you know, our people has been giving their daughters without cattle. A rich man will give an honorable man will give his daughter without payment of cattle, because that person will cultivate well and will take care of the family, and we respect. It is the dignity of the man that will win you a wife, and the way the girl will love you, and that is what I would say, that expensiveness of the marriages is not going to continue as long as everybody is getting educated and the girls are beginning to be source of income to their families and their home families and their relatives. Thank you. I hope I have answered some of your questions, although too long.
Yes, thank you so much, Uncle, for the answers. In response, and in addition to the book or the so-called the Jieng Master Plan, that was actually a plan of the white supremacists here in America, particularly the chapter of Wisconsin. They're the one who wrote that up, and then it was photocopied. It was copied and pasted over, and then it got edited to make it sound like it was something written by the Jieng people, by the people who want to see our country disintegrated. Sister Teresa, I don't know now if the time should be given to the back channel questions. Let us know what is your arrangement with that regard.
Thank you so much, Brother Wal. The next person in the list is Levi.
Yes, I'm right here, madam.
Levi, floor is yours. Just 2 minutes, please, and go to the question.
I will
Thank
take
you.
one question. Thank you, madam. First of all, I want to thank you, Honorable Joshua Dow, for coming to Club Hours. I want to cross you some 2 questions or 3 questions. As I can talk to you here, I am from Northern Bargadal, Northern Bargadal, Padang, Twimayadit, Abiy are the head of the nation of South Sudan. My question is here direct to you. All 64 tribe the gang against the Denga because of the Jieng Council elders. And within these matters, Jieng Council elders are the one come to Clubhouse to give us the national issue and whatever you are doing good to the nation. My question to you as Honorable Joshua Dow, how do you all involve in national issue for the problem of South Sudan in 2013? Are you hiring by President Kir or you just volunteer to see the nation is bleeding? Number two, all Jenkins elders have been accusing because they are the one endorsing the Denga to land grabbing in Equatoria, land grabbing in Upper Nile, which is Malacan. And all Malacan politicians are coming preaching the gospel on hatred against Denga. And when we need to talk to them to give them our own idea, they say because 75% of Denga, they never raise against the government. And we said the government is the government of the Republic of South Sudan. And we are dropping down like a mango. They don't negotiate with us. They look at us, we are a gang. They look like we are rape. And within the Equatorial region, the Denga are all sledding Nimno Road like a Bokaram. And the left 5 years baby stand in the middle of the dead people. And within Jenkins and elders, you never condemn. And the president has a Republic of People of South Sudan, Salva Kiir, never condemn with his own governance. And there is unknown gunman. Unknown gunman appeared when Thomas Derolo was in Juba. But when Thomas Derolo is kept away in Juba, unknown gunman is no longer available this time. Honorable Stephen Dew, welcome to the whole Yengum Talk. We respect you because you are our leader. We are not here to allow our leader to be abused, and we are not allowed it by our leaders to abuse other leaders. But all the tribe, they are all preaching the hatred speech, and we never take a law in our hand. If we take a law in our hand, the word called concord, it has made us stand by. Thank you so much. God bless you, Uncle.
Sister Teresa, the list will go back to you again. But before you actually bring the next person up to ask a question, please turn off the hand raising. Turn off the hand raising because we are about to reach to the end of our show today. All the moderators, please turn off the hand raising. Sister Teresa, please give us the next name in the list.
And to those who are left with their question, you have 1 minute left. So each will be given 1 minute to raise your question. And like Brother Well just mentioned, we're very close to our ending. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Mariana Thick and Brother Well. The next person is Stanley. Stanley, the floor is yours.
I think I'm skipping, right? It should be me.
Can you hear me,
You are not
moderators?
skipping Malal Badanyar. You are come next. And then after you, Joke. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, raise
Yep.
your voice and
Go
give your
ahead. We
topic.
can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is Stanley Luatewani. I'm delighted to be one of those who are given chance to talk to Uncle Dio. I'm going to go quick as the questions are concerned. First of all, I appreciate your bold and strong idea to advise us here, especially the moderators, to sending away an elder person in your age. I believe we are here
to look for peace for our country, not to say that we are right and that is wrong. So my question is this. Uncle Deo, you had been there in the 1970s, as you related. Can you please tell your audience, your children here, what created the Kokora or the decentralization of the Sudanese? This is one. Number two, I would like to go back to a good question because I believe you didn't answer it the way I got wanted, or if it is not the way I wanted to hear. Like this paper of Carol Berger came out in 2018, and we have seen you releasing a lot of documents out there, but you didn't confront this paper. This, I think, is the reason. Why didn't you do so? And lastly, in regards, I'm from Equatoria, Uncle Joshua, and I'm from Yei specifically. How do you look into this when a document comes out that people are going to be chased out and are going to be replaced by the Denka? And I find myself can't live in Yei. My people are all sent to Zaire currently, while Dinka are living in Yei. Last month, I actually came back to their land in Magui, and an officer there had to slap the commissioner and send these people back to refugee camp. Meanwhile, Dinka are living there. What would someone who has got no idea in politics, has got no idea in anything, say about these releases like the one of Carol Berger? I myself am sorry that this document came out now, distorting facts that are going on ground. Because when we concentrate here to answer this paper of Carol, and living the facts, that is exactly what is written in Carol Berger's paper and what is written in what you deny as your release of the 200 years or the 39 rules, then we, the non-Dinka, are very unfortunate, and definitely we are going to be sent out of South Sudan. What do you say about this? And my final
Uncle
is...
Stanley, interjection, please.
Yeah.
We are running out
This
of
is the
time.
last.
Yes.
Okay, last one, please.
No, we
Last one, please.
can have more than one
I
question.
would,
I'm sorry.
I would have finished this. I would have finished this about the young thing.
Because we are not even allowing other people to come up here because we've run out of time.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, and
Yeah,
what I wanted
right.
to say is Uncle has already answered the other question, so we will try to...
Which one?
The question of a goat, and you've repeated it. So
No, he didn't answer because he thought I got
he did,
asking
and we want
him.
to just keep it that way, please, if you understand. Thank you.
It's all right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Brother Stanley. I hope your questions are heard by our uncle, and mute your mic there so you can listen to how he will respond. Before that, Uncle Joshua, I would like to pass the greeting from Wolatak Wall. Yes, Wolatak Wall. I want to pass the greeting from Wolatak Wall to you, Uncle Joshua Dow. He greets you. He doesn't have enough time to attend. Otherwise, he was going to be up here to ask you some questions and interact with us. In addition to this, Ambassador Gordon Boy, at the end of the show, you are going to give us conclusion with regard to the show to address the audience here, the panelists, in your capacity as an ambassador in Washington. So please hang in there with us. Sister Teresa, what is the arrangement?
Okay, can I ask, do we have time for the back channel questions?
We're gonna skip that just because we don't have time for him to answer the question that has been asked, and we're running out of time for recording here, and we don't want to lose the recording. So let's
Okay,
keep it as the minimum.
that's
Yes.
fine.
And for all the people who are going to ask further question, please keep it at one question and 1 minute only.
I think we nearly to finish. Yes, it's one person left. Just as joke. Floor is yours.
Yeah, delay my opportunity. I'm just engaged in work engagement this very moment. If I could come in a minute or two. Thank you.
Give me a chance and then I will go.
I think
Sister
we will.
Teresa, yeah, Jog is not ready, so I think you can give Uncle a chance to respond to these questions here.
Also, be mindful that if we go beyond time, left with less than 15, so we will lose the recording in the room. That's why we're being mindful. So if Uncle have to answer, and I believe that should be the end of it
I
tonight.
have a question. Can you give me a question before?
Okay, I think RB, just 2 minutes. Give a
All right.
question quickly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It will be only 1 minute actually. I'm actually much appreciating our uncle, which is Joshua Dandu, to be here with us to make sure that nation need awareness. My question directly is about the issues which were there in the book, about the issues of land grabbing or Dinka domination or Dinka taking land of the others. I want to make sure or to be assured with the word of the old county of PG, which is where the Uncle Dow came from. That county is the county now people are making noise daily, in, day out, about the PG, Atar, Kurflus are part of Chololand. And Dr. And our uncle Joshua is here. Can he actually try to clarify that one to the nation? Because some people here are very confused. How can we complain? Now we call, the nation now is listening and watching. Uncle Dow is here and talking about the issues of the nation for the stability. But there are some people are talking about uh, the county where he came from, his village, his Payam, had been complained by Cholo. Can he say something about that one so that we can be aware of it and the nation will be aware of that one? Thank you.
Sorry, RB, that question is not part of the presentation, so we will try, we will leave it for next time.
Drop B.
Can we give Joke 1 minute, please, so he can ask his one question? And if he's not ready, then we're willing to drop the people who are up here and then carry on for Uncle to answer the questions and then move on.
Joke, are you ready or you still, because you want to wrap it up? I think Joke is not ready. We will go back to Uncle Joshua. ممكن تجي وترد للأسئلة. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Um, um, Mr. Alibi has asked a question that the 63 or 64 tribes are against Jieng as a whole because of JCE. I think, and then he asked the second one, how are you involved in the government when the war broke out in 2013? And then and how the land grabbing in Equatoria. And the JC never condemned the killing of Jieng on the road, being killed. Now, the first thing is that it's unfortunate. I've answered part of that question of 63, 64, 65 tribes. There's no definite number of the tribes that has been, there is a guesswork that has been going on, so we say 64. And if you minus them, it is 63 against one tribe. And I've already answered that it is partly a human jealousy against another community that seem to be progressing very well. Our numbers are challenging to people. Whether we are in schools, we become many. If you remember that fightings have been taking place in secondary school, whether it is Rumbek or it is Malakal or wherever, the Jiang are in big numbers. So the idea that people are against Jiang is a normal thing in human society where you have some things to talk about or share and quarrel over them, whether it is land grazing or you say like Jiang themselves, they fight over touch. When they are taking their cattle to touch, they go and fight over them. Then whose touch is this? And why should you come and graze your cattle here? And our cattle are not going to get grass or water or whatever people share. There is always a fighting. It is not because of JC that people are against them. Take example in 91. Why did Dr. Yegmachar and Dr. Lam make a coup and then begin to kill young officers and men who were under their own command? There was no JC there, and they moved down to Bor and killed the people, innocent people. Why did they do it also when fighting broke out in 2013, 2016, and people went to rural areas and women were killed, even pregnant women, even old women, old men and old women, and disabled? There was no JCE that involved in the war. So let us not take it out of context that enmity against Jiang is because of JCE. These events took place before the JCE was formed, and if JCE was formed to enlighten and intervene in social matters and to enlighten the community, that you should have unity with others, and that's why we prevented some revenge killing against non-Dinkas by using the majority. That would have been a mission of the JCE, and which you can blame us today if we had encouraged our people to conduct major killings. Take Twitch in nearby from northern Bargazal, you are near Twitch in Gogrial. The Bull people ran from their own place and went to take protection in the Twitch land, and they were never killed. And you know that the same thing with Lagar, they hosted those who went to their land. So they were not chased away. They went back. If they went back, up to now, some people are in Wow or in Bargazal, and they have not been chased away, and they have not been killed because they are Nuers or they are Equatorians. I don't think, number two question, I don't think that we were involved in the government. We are part in the institutions of the government. As you heard it from my biography, I am in the Council of States, and many of us, including Aldo Joe and others. Others are ministers, others are civil servants. And many people have become frightened because we come from different backgrounds. As old politicians or as young politicians, as advisors to the government, and we want to solve the problem, people get frightened, but it is out of jealousy. The idea of land grabbing in Equatoria is not, to me, is a failure of demarcation of the land for all citizens. Those who have come to Nairobi, Nairobi is a Maasai land. But if you see it now, everybody, every Kenyan, every foreigner, every business person is in Nairobi, and it is demarcated. So people are given plots according to your request, and therefore the land grabbing is a failure of allotting plots to the people for residential area. What would you do if you find an empty place and you are with your family? You have been employed as a director or as a government official, as a policeman, as an army officer. What would you do with your family? And you are brought to Juba, and you are not rented a house, and there are no houses rented. If they are rented, you are refused because you are a Jieng. What would you do if you have small money, little money to go and erect a shelter on an empty land, and people say they're grabbing, but you are aware that tomorrow when the government comes for with demarcation, you can move out, or when you are transferred, you will leave that place. Why should it be called a land grabbing when others are living in that way, and when the people allotting plots, they sell you expensively because they are from the Ministry of Housing and from Equatoria, is the Central Equatoria that demarcates land or allots land, and they don't give you land, and you are officially there, member of parliament, a civil servant, a soldier, whatever. So this land grabbing is magnified, but it is not the real. It is not in reality. No village has been taken over by Monjang. If you go to what they call Rambu, or they call it Jabal Dinka. Jabal Dinka name came when the Dinkas were being killed during the war by the Arabs. They were thrown over there in Jabal Dinka, in that place, on that hill, and it became where the Dinkas had been thrown away, bodies. So it became Jabal Dinka. When the people of Barakzal came, they met with the Bari people, and when signed a document, up to now you can get the document. I can even send you, not now because in Nairobi. An agreement signed by the Bari people with the community of Barakzal Dinkas, which was open later on to all the people, giving them where they can demarcate, and they became part of Payam of Luri County. So the idea of exaggerating the squatting community and the people who have been given land by agreement is an exaggeration, and it is a political slogan. The idea that the JC did not condemn the killing of Monjang on Equatorial roads from Yei to Juba, from Nimele to Juba, is because we are not there to protect Monjang. The government is there to protect Jieng. And in fact, people have been mediating that, for example, when over 200 people, Padang, were brought and killed, burned in a bus, that way they were coming from Yei back to Juba, on their way back to Malakal. 200 people were burned. The president called me and Stephen Dew and asked us to, and the governor, General Cholton, to ask us to go and talk to our people, not to avenge, not to kill in revenge of the dead people. We did in one of the hotels, quality hotels, and our people listened to them that don't avenge. Vengeance is not, and therefore I went and talked to our people, the Padang people, and there was no vengeance up to now. But our people were being killed, and we hold the government responsible to bring people to books. But if they are not brought to books because of certain situation, which I cannot talk about it, that is not a weakness on the part of JCE. As to what Honorable Stanley Wani has said, what created Kokora? He knows what created Kokora. He is from Yei. And it is this mentality that you don't want nilotics in Equatoria. So Equatoria, the word Kokora is a very word that you go that side, go and eat alone there, I will eat alone here. So if that is what happened, then we take it in terms of the Bible. When Abraham and his nephew Lot decided to break up, Lot, as a young man, said, "I will go this side where he was taking his family and his cattle." And Abraham said, "Okay, look, go there and live in peace. I will go this side and live in peace." If that is what was meant, then no problem. Our people, unfortunately, in that situation, I was there. I was a director for religious affairs, and I was chased away by my deputy, called Wani. He said, "Let him get out of the house." I went to the governor. I said, "I'm waiting for the steamer to go to Malakal. Why should I go and wait for the steamer under the tree?" So the hatred is you people from Equatoria who will know why you chase people away in that bad manner. Many women at that time delivered under the trees because of Kokora, and there was no grabbing of land by then. By the way, I even refused a second-class plot in Juba when I was there. When late Joseph Oduduo, who was my teacher in Maridi, offered me to give me a plot of land, second class. I said, "No, give me in Malakal." Dr. Toby Maduot also came as Minister of Housing. He wanted to give me a second-class plot. I refused. And when I was forced to come back to Juba in 2011, I had to buy a plot where I build now. So it is not the policy that we have to grab land of other people in Equatoria, and we are not sending away Equatorians from our areas also. So it is Equatorians to define what they want the nation to be. If we have resolved it in the national dialogue, one nation, one people, then we have to implement that one. The idea that we will have to fight among ourselves is what we are discouraging as JCE. And up to now, we try to talk to everybody. Let us go back to what our history has taught us. Our history has taught us that in 1947, our people met together to demand to be an entity, one entity, a territorial entity with boundaries against the North. In 72, it was also our leaders, irrespective of their backgrounds or their tribes or their ethnicity, who claimed that we should have self-government, self-determination, and we formed the High Executive Council. It is the same Southerners as a community, one community, who fought for the CPA and negotiated for one country. And if you remember, it was the Equatorian elders, led by Kalman Konga, who went to Kenya, where we were negotiating. The SPLA was negotiating and asked John Garang to come back to Juba as a capital. And when John Garang went and stayed in Rumbek and went to Khartoum and came back from Khartoum to Rumbek, from Rumbek to Uganda, or new side to Uganda until he died. He never set foot on Juba until we came for a burial demanded by the people of Equatoria to let him be buried in Juba. And we came from Khartoum for the burial. And the burial was tremendous, was national on the side of the Equatorians. They staged a very big, in All Saints Cathedral, a very big show. All women and men were dressed in black, over 2,000, over 2,000 or even a million. And they were saying, John went away from Juba alive, walking literally, but he has come silent in a box, not walking. I was there, and I was eyewitness, Anarchy Equatorian. And that was the time the bishop who he was in Equatorian, Archbishop of the Episcopal Church, declared that you, Salva Kiir, you are now Joshua. Those who led the war and liberated the country, brought people across the Red Sea, was Moses, but now John Garang has succeeded and brought the agreement and liberated the South, and you have replaced him. You are now Joshua. That was a declaration by an Equatorian, and it was a declaration of Equatorians that Juba be the capital. And now it is Juba, it is Equatorians who are saying, go out of Juba, go to Ramshell. This thing has to be revised very seriously by leaders of Equatoria. And I would not talk much about it because this is political. And even if I'm a politician, I would not talk about it. So I think that was the idea that how do you look at a document that people are talking about is saying the truth. The document of Carol. I think it depends on whoever wants to support uh, disintegration of the community of South Sudan. That document is a propaganda document, and if I did not condemn it earlier, Wani did not even condemn it. Dr. Wani James Waniga. So I would say these are the answers I could give, and my greetings again and appreciation to Wall Attack for his greetings, and therefore the ideas of land grabbing. Uh, may I beg the panel to let me say a little about the idea of PG and the Shuluk dispute over land. I think let me not I answer it when Dr. Peter Dwok is not there. We are discussing it and we are debating it. And the map, it has been agreed that the 1956 map is the basis of that border. So the Dinkas are not grabbing the land of the Shuluks. Padang is not grabbing the land of the Shuluks. The law is there. We will comply with the law. But we are not chasing any Shuluk away from Malakal as a city. Malakal is the capital of everybody. Those who are going to work will be working in Malakal. But the suburb is the one being disputed. And I think facts are there. I've written about it. Lem has written about it. Adwok has written about it. We have documents which we are exchanging. So that is not going to be useful to you people in this panel. I very much appreciate your management of the panel of the discussion, and my appreciation and gratitude to every one of you. And I hope we will meet physically when you come to South Sudan in the near future. And South Sudan will remain for the people of the South, and we remain one country, one people. May God bless you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Uncle Joshua. Yes, very, very impressive. You know, I can't even imagine I have gone this far here and I'm not even feeling boring. I wish we could have enough time to talk more and more about this, but I have faith in God that we will be available, healthy and ready to discuss more. I know we cannot cover all the problem of the country in one show or one presentation. Sister Teresa, what do you have in the list and who is next? And Flora and Sister May, you have questions in your back channels. If you do, please prepare them to read them out. If there are questions that have been asked already and have been answered, then just drop them. It has to be only a question that have not been asked. Thank you, Sister Teresa.
I don't think so. We have someone else, but we can give the floor to the Ambassador Gurumboy to wrap it up.
I believe
Ambassador,
has spoken. Sorry.
go ahead.
I believe
Hello?
Denkachik hasn't spoken. Denkachik?
Yes, moderators, I already sent my question to you guys at the backyard channel, so please read it so I don't have to take so much time. Or would you allow me to answer to ask?
You can go ahead, yeah.
Since you are here, you can just go ahead and ask your question, please.
Okay. My question was.
Oh, sorry. Hey,
Dinkachik, can you please introduce yourself as well?
Okay, I will excuse myself. Thank you.
No,
In fact,
introduce yourself, I meant.
no, actually, Nyandeng, you read my question out, please, because my network in a week, please. Then, Baba, and you're a call Daniela Valentino Wall and human rights activist. Question dia when kia lwela kalang bag ya big question at waiting, I check it waiting. Lakin question which but which but is simple. People like Carol Birch, chike ye kuma da yake Paul Bigla, University Sudan, on a sheep visa, sheep very sheep visa. Why spy? Kwala kala by right. Kwala duka la gari kitab that benefit newspaper can look at them. Kujala countries can kato ke spy. Engo yake Paul Bigla tetui. Kubi by the lia, kubi communities ka bi ka gala tegi. Kubi kiraj. Kiraja wun kiro loy ene kala kya. Biga mo kol kiro loy biga gala kya. Biga la ben biga elders ka biga ben alwe misquoted. Engo ye weke pol. When we have a jam meeting as members of parliament, go won yaka agenda den a deadly, and I mean deadly and yaka taban. Ka wika bus e ko pumba numping. So ko pumba numping mutin uga boy somewhere here ka yokulo ya kajakai. When Kulwaika, this was the reason that JCE here in Louis form. And then at the same time, I poll all the time. What has destroyed University Sudan image? What has exaggerated Kakiro Law University Sudan are quite poll either a journalist who jala kwachila couldn't jola on behalf of ARC or couldn't jol UN ka kakala Louis on behalf. But the facts and the matter remain here is we actually walang a lot of spy couldn't tell University Sudan. Yaka ke Paul kada we as member of parliament. He work ambassadors kundi he work to white and jaka gati quite ke visa kada kubiga beniten bi kalam farik ben loy bi work ben al loy misquoted for example in mutin kan in loy misquoted very much. Yes, he is being tarnished image dun loy tarnished so much for so long matong. And for what reason? For £50, $50. Wala $100. Any ran pol bila buy panda. Kuba buy the right. Kujoku ben bojitan defending the country. Engulwa in the parliament baba to make sure lanada ken akiyama fruit burora loy ken lanada kwadaran la junub ma fruit bi alu investigated properly betin layer ka yenanga. Ali bala mutin in anywhere kula ko visa, but there must be a question asked. Lakin tin ko wo, what I have realized in Western countries, as a member of parliament in Kati Janin, Rani la belu ku visa. Kulegar article kana abai yan ka bela jaktin ko ben panda baraj. Abela gat ke chir ke loy mutin kan. Wijan en ko ben ka Jieng scandal ke loy ko chegin to ko lwet ko kana awu ga peden bugla bai. Panchol junub en we gen pol we war kandi kakin bab awe ga bab member of parliament awe ga bab junu awe ga ma fruit ba kri bana tiok. So I appreciate Ambassador Gordon Win Brereton. I appreciate him also hin ben no ben jam, but my question is simple. Awe
Thank you. I would make it short, my sister.
I'm done. Away, that is why generally don't come when they going in. It's simple. You guys get my point. Come on, bus. You man, it up yellow benken, and this is being debated. When a kitchen separatist, well, a yard matina, can a long welka. When a kitchen yoke and a can mahem. But a failure, a duke ten kabati, and walk a Paul with Bogot. FJCE, complimentary dairy, but a worker, we got kuna we chok ban kur ka ke we bai ba bak ban koy ke chola kaja ka pap ke cha miara pa tin ka we because na ka lo ke wa kongo do ga chi a worse than ka wa chi ro lo Rwanda so long aka ja kai ken ji we ban bo ko ba jam do we je pal korot pe long aka ja kai ken ji we ban bo za to ka man we ga chi we ga got a lot of things back in United Nations ko any nonsense such as Troika 10 ko other countries won we be by something including Africa Union in a man work so wo of young num tok we got human lakin we has to find way ko blank ko bukti pro loy ga dai
English would be great. Thank you.
antibia thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Wood. Uncle, you can respond to our Sister Wood. And after that, then we will uh, look again in the list of Sister Teresa, who might be in her list. Other than that, we can move on with our show. We are almost to the end of it. Uncle, if you are hearing my voice, please activate your mic to respond to Sister Wood's questions.
Yeah, before the uncle Kiana answering that question, a week kuba question malwal bodanyar, which is aron gar, which matter. This is a very
English,
good
sister.
question.
English. Sorry, so other people can hear you.
Okay, this is a very good question that needed to be asked, and it's relevant to the book. So his question was that what would you guys do? Meaning, when he said you guys, referring to JC, what would you guys do with the book of Dr. Carol's Berger? Are you guys going to take legal actions toward it, or what will happen?
Thank you so much, Sister Diaz. Exactly, Uncle. And Dr. Dog Nyaba was saying something about that. How do you respond? And in his suggestion, he suggested that you refute the research paper with another research. So is that one of the things that the Young Council of Elders can do or sponsor? Uncle, activate your mic to give us the
In that
answers.
case, can I add like another question also?
Go ahead.
Yeah, the question is asked by Book. Why JCE didn't step in to solve the intercommunal fight in Lake State and Warab State and in some other Jieng areas? Thank you.
No, it was already answered by Uncle Gabel, that question.
Okay.
Yes, it
I
was
thought it
answered.
wasn't. Thank you.
Uncle, it's your turn to answer. Can you? Yep.
Thank you very much. These are interesting questions. First, uh, I appreciate very, very much the intervention of Wood. I have been listening to whether it is yin Wood in ye jam kakwan ga juba kwa ya care. So I'm very much impressed by Barul Luping. The question, why should government, whether in the executive or in the legislature, allow such people who are spying and instigating hatred, preaching hatred among the Southerners, using tribalism or differences in ethnicity or differences in employment to be getting into the country and to interrogate people without very cheaply without preventing them. I think that's the question, and I also have to appreciate uh, having considered our decision to intervene and ask people so that people can understand themselves and reach a harmonious solution through reconciliation, through negotiations and dialogue until peace is achieved. As a government, there are rules that you want to be popular and you don't know who is the devil and who is an angel. When they come in, they ask politely that they are coming to do this, and especially when you are a member of the UN, and it is the UN bringing in some people like Carol Berger coming under the UNIMIS, and we have already allowed and signed an agreement with the UNIMIS to be in South Sudan. You cannot reject their coming in. So they come in cheap wools, in cheap clothes, and not and though they are wolves. I lie, we come right, but you cannot. You have no way. You want also to be popular and your country to be also popularized by foreign elements. So the one is caught in between. The government is caught in between, unless you have evidence that that person is somebody who cannot be trusted, is somebody who has to do some evil things against your country. That's the first policy in the government. But the second one is that we don't know, we have not yet been a government, and we simply trust the white people to be on our side and win them, and to come and taking for granted that they are going to be on our side. People who will turn against you tomorrow, like Hilda Johnson, who wrote a serious book against the South, like the people in the US who have become our enemies, and they were our supporters, twisting the arm of Khartoum government to accept the negotiations, to accept the agreement, to accept the referendum until we could vote when they were against it, and to be frightened by Troika that if you go back to war, we will do this, and you are accused of being supporters of these Arab fanatics. Those who supported us, they are our greatest enemies now. So you don't know who is your friend, who, and tomorrow he will become your enemy. And because we have no spying system that we can send people to live in America, like citizens, like you people, to be made to give us information who are our friends. And when they try to come, they will find their names who are not worth giving them visas. They will be refused when they apply. But here, we don't really discriminate. We take for granted that these are good people, and they are going to give us support. They are going to give us aid. They are going to give us relief. And these small things, they begin to blindfold the people in authority. So I would let me give away an important information that accountability, that we make people in the executive accountable or question them. Why do they allow such people to come in, even if they are known to be people against our country? Why do you allow them to be in? You have different policies. So you may not be listened to as parliamentarians to give out a foreign policy. It is the executive And you know, I encourage you people to study what type of system do we have in South Sudan. We have some difficulties in our policies, foreign policy, and how we make our friends. So the parliament is not absolutely like our previous parliament when we were there in 74 to 78. We were making the government accountable to the parliament because we were directly elected. But with appointments, there are many loopholes in this appointment. And you know that, and you read what happened yesterday, decree that was issued yesterday in Juba, revoking membership of the people, of members of parliament in Rumbek. That is unfortunate. So members of parliament who are not elected, who are appointed, they don't have much to say to make the government accountable. And with our situation where we have just started with little experience, respecting the institutions, very limited. So I would say that let us forbear and try to tolerate some of the shortcomings that are happening now. And you people, you will definitely come up with the situation that will come to help the situation. So this is what I would say, that the loopholes that are there are due to lack of institutional establishment. And the government is running a system which is mixed. It's a centralized system where there is absolute power in the executive. And the three pillars of the government, the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature, they have very little to coordinate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle. Yes, in addition to the list that you gave us, also IMF came in and disrupt our exchange rate, and now making our currency become so worthless, making it difficult for us to buy a dollar, and without a dollar we cannot import, and without an import, what kind of economy we can have? That is also another thing that people with speakers, Sister Dinka Chicks, what she meant by akaj doesn't mean donkey, and it is not a code name for the non-Dinka people. No, akaj in Dinka means stop, or hold on. That's what it means. It is not a code name for the non-Dinka. I received a message from the back channel with that kind of complaint. So that's what it means. It's not a code name for non-Dinka. Please don't twist the story. It is hold on, or stop. That's what Dinka chick. That's what she meant. Sister Teresa, we done with the questions?
I think we have someone here. It's called the Jungle.
No, we won't allow another question, so we will have to drop him.
No.
No. Yeah. Sorry, Django, you have to be dropped. No more questions.
No, it's okay. Since he's up here, let us accommodate him. Brother Django, we had been here for a while, and we are really, really exhausted. Brother and uncle is up now, and it's really late in Africa. If you can go straight to the question, at least within 1 minute, that would be really nice. Django?
Thank you all. I'm very sorry to come late. I was just busy and I did not hear most of the uncle speech. But I just have about two questions. If they have been asked, let him answer it. But if not asked, let him please try to answer me. Question number one is that, first of all, as a politician and an elder from Jieng community, what have you guys done with the roaming of cattle in and around Equatoria, in which none of the Equatorians was not able to cultivate even a small farm? And I think it has been raised several times about that cattle but nothing is happening. Secondly, what have you guys done about the people of Equatorians that have run away from Equatoria to Uganda and they want to come back to their places, but they are not allowed to come back? Example is one in Acholi land. Some people a couple of weeks ago want to come back. Security there said you cannot come back. If you come back, unless I'm dead here. And the county commissioner came there, it was even beaten up by the security apparatus. Have you guys heard this report and what have you guys done about it? Thirdly,
no, brother Django, please, please give us this courtesy of being tired. Put yourself in our shoes, brother, and feel our pain. Those two questions are enough.
Okay, thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry about that, but we'll meet
That's
in another
okay.
room. Yes, and
Thanks.
the Django's real name actually is John Latule. John Latule is also known as the Django.
That's
Uncle,
correct. That's correct. Yeah. That's
yes.
correct. Sorry, I didn't say my real name yet. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Please mute your mic, Uncle Joshua.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. The first one is, let me clarify the Akaj. Akaj is being with Monjang. You don't join any fight or any violent action without knowing the cause. So you have to restrain people by saying, wait, let us see what is happening and let us hear what is the cause of your quarrel. So Akaj is a caution, a word of caution that you should not madly be provoked and jump into something that you have not understood the root cause of it. It's just like a word kokora, so it's not a word, as rightly said by the moderators, is not a code word for the Monjang alone. About the IMF and World Bank having come in to make us real impoverished people is very sad, and they have made devaluation of our pound to be less than that. Take example, members of parliament were being paid 11,000 or 10,000 SSP, which is less than $10. So, and when you have a dollar, now you have a dollar, you go to the market, you get 42,000 or 41,000 SSP. That is exchange rate of the dollar now, while the MP is being paid 11,000. And see those who are being paid 2,000 SSP, 1,500 SSP for our soldiers, and civil servant is paid 8,000 SSP, whereas $100 is 40,000, 41,000 SSP. So our pound has been devaluated so badly, and this is how how the Western conspiracy is dealing with us. It was intended that you auction the dollar, and the price of the market is not controlled. The commodity prices are very high, and they go up. And the Central Bank of South Sudan is forced by the IMF and World Bank to auction the dollar to the market. It is foreign market which is flourishing in Juba. We don't have any local traders. So it is, the traders now are Westerners, Western Sudanese, and Arabs, Somalis, Eritreans, and Ethiopians, whether in the hotels or in the market or building materials are for Somalis. So our market is controlled by foreign elements, and everybody is suffering to the maximum among Southerners. No rich Southerners. Even those whom you think they are getting millions, they are not getting millions and are not keeping that million. Okay, there is management of resources, yes. That one cannot be denied. We are not regulating our situation. So that is the first thing. Regarding the question of Mr. John about the cattle roaming about in Equatoria, and Equatorians have been chased away by whoever to Uganda, to Zaire, and being refused to come back to their homeland. This is a very serious situation. The first thing you have to understand is the local politicians in Equatoria participated in making discouraging people from staying in their hometowns, their home states, like people in Yei. And we have this witness. I want you to go to question John, to question and get queries and answers from the Bishop of Yei, who has been very shrewd in saying that it is the politicians, Equatorian politicians in Juba, who go and tell people you are going to be killed tomorrow by Dinkas. So people begin to move away to Zaire and to Uganda. When they want to come back, it is the misinformation that is given. So people get away until we begin as citizens like you and me sitting down and see where is this rumor coming from, confront one another. That's when these people will come back. These people will not come back as long as we are having the rebellion from Equatoria trying to claim the land in the name of Peter Thomas Cirillo. Thomas Cirillo is still having his militias and his army up to nearby Juba, and he has not agreed to negotiate with the government. It is until we accept to one another and negotiate that when we can come back, our people can come back to their places. The Dinkas who are in Acholi land, they are in an area where they should be told by the government, keep your cattle in a place which is demarcated, which is vacant. If they are grazing in an open area, or if you are keeping them on hoof, then you have to feed them. But if they are at large, control them like any Dinka cattle which have been controlled. The Dinkas have large herds of cattle in Bargazal, in Apanal, wherever, but they are not allowed to go to the farms. Dinkas also have farms, but they are not allowed. The law will take its course if somebody is misbehaving, allowing his cattle to go to the cultivation. Because we all eat food, we don't eat meat. We don't depend on meat as Dinkas, no. Therefore, it is the government of all Southerners that must sit down and regulate how our people have to cohabit together. People of Equatoria, who ran to Uganda threatened to be killed. I cannot speak on behalf of the army. I cannot speak on behalf of the civilians who are carrying guns. But I know that lawlessness is affecting our people. Until we control the armament and to be only in the hands of the army, the police, and security organs, our country will still be in turmoil. Our country will still be unstable. So it is only the responsibility of Equatorians and others to sit down and make a good governance in their country. But as long as there are politicians using their local tribes to run away and use them as militias to overthrow the government or to threaten others using the land, this will not help us. So I'm saying simply, let us all join hands to establish good governance, whereby land laws will be implemented accordingly, where resources will be managed accordingly. The animals, the cattle, are not only for Dinka. We discussed this in the National Dialogue. I was a member of the National Dialogue. It has been discussed and has been agreed, and that people should regulate the land regulations. So I thank you, John, but I'm requesting you to be very close to leaders of Equatoria. They have the same approach, but they are not helping the situation. I'm not a member of the executive, and I will not be a member of executive anymore. My age, as you have come late. I'm now 80. Therefore, I will not be active in politics anymore. But I would still advise that let us manage our government, our country, in a reasonable manner, where we respect those who have come to Acholi land to be hosted by the Acholi people, to be hosted by the Mahdi with their cattle, and given a land, and land be regulated uh, by law. If the cattle are going to eat somebody's crops, then he must be fined and he has to pay for it. And these are regulations worldwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Uncle. I think that marks the end of the questions, and thanks for the presentation. We are almost to the end of our show today, and the things are going to go in the following order. Now we are going to give Brother Ambassador Goron Boy a chance to conclude and address the audience and the panelists in his capacity as an ambassador, due to the fact that the hatred is real, Brother Gordon, and there is an intervention needed in order for the people of South Sudan to find ways to get along. So I hope you can prepare yourself to address us as our ambassador in Washington. And before that, and then after that, at the end of the show, we are going to give mic to Abuna. Abuna Mayer is really Abuna. He's really a pastor. To end our show with the prayers. We had actually planned to have him in the show from the beginning, but he wasn't available due to the challenges of network in our country. But now he will end our show with the prayers. And before we go there, I would like to register an apology on behalf of the moderation team, an apology to Uncle Peter Nyaba. We sincerely apologize to him. The Jieng Numtuk room believes in the freedom of speech and expression. It is not our character to suppress any voice or drop anybody from airing his or her voice out in the show, because without people coming in here to attend our show and discuss the topic, a Jiang Council, or what you call it, Jiang Numtuk, won't be a room that can have or can host any show. So we sincerely apologize to Uncle Peter Nyaba. I hope he would have been here so that we can give him a chance again to come back. He was dropped due to the fear that the show may turn into a debate, which we were not really ready for it, but we were prepared for the presentation, which was done impressively by Uncle Joshua. So we did not drop him out of disrespect. No, we were afraid. And also be mindful that the club, we are all new into the clubhouse. The clubhouse, I don't think it has been around for a year. And so we are learning as we go. I pray and I hope that in the next show, we will be able to bring him on. And we would also like to see things from his perspective as well. So people like him are the treasury of knowledge in our country. There is just no any way we can avoid to let people like Dr. Nyaba contribute in any show. Uncle Joshua, you mentioned a while ago that he's your friend, and every now and then you do have a meeting with him. If you ever meet him, please take our apology to him. We apologize for what happened. It should have not had happened, but we were afraid that the show may turn into a debate, and we were not ready to host the debate. Sister Flora, do you have anything to add? Have anything to say?
We just wanted to apologize for dropping Dr. I didn't quite catch his name, but please do take our apology. We didn't do it on purpose.
Thank you so much, Sister Flora. With that, we have come to almost the end of our show. And before we conclude it, we would like to invite Ambassador Gordon Boy. For those who don't know Ambassador Gordon Boy is our ambassador in Washington, D.C. He had been interacting with South Sudanese communities in the United States of America. He has been very, very helpful. And he had been available online too, from Facebook to Twitter, and now to the Clubhouse. He's one of the officials that we can reach online. Dr. Gordon Boy, please come in to give us the conclusion and also address your people in Jieng Numtuk Clubhouse room.
Thank you very much, and also I thank Uncle to come to the clubhouse to participate and to explain, because, of course, as Uncle said, tribalism is a political creation. As Uncle clearly gave us the history, how politicians created tribalism in South Sudan. It started with Kokora. Before Kokora, when it comes to issue relation between Nur and Dinka can't mind the problem during the time with Abel Alier, because his relation with Peter Padwal was very good. It was when Kokora started, and then the redivision came. People went to Great Upper Nile. People they returned to the region. Then Equatorial and remained in Equatoria, and then those in Great Bargazal went to Bargazal, and then in Upper Nile, as he said, DK, for political reasons, came up with the slogan that Upper Nile without Dinka could stand, which, of course, was a tribe, a politic of tribalism, targeting a certain community within the Dinka community. So, and then that, but those tribalism at that time did not take a militant form of events like what happened in 91. At that time, in the 70s, when politicians disagree, they disagree in principle. It was when Kokora came into existence that tribalism took a very bad turn, because there were Dinka and they were harmed, killed, as Uncle said. But it was not very violent like what we are having now. And Nuer and Dinka never had a very big issue, although DK used to target Dinka Bor when he was the governor in Upper Nile region. The Nuer and Dinka never gone to war that involved their communities. It wasn't politicians just fighting for power in Malakal. In 91, the coup of Dr. Riak, and I was, when Dr. Riak staged a coup, I was in Nasser. And I remember the way Dr. Riak, it was Dr. Riak himself, even some of the leaders of 1991 did not agree with him. For example, Dr. Lamakol was not there. He was in Nairobi. He left Nasser on September 28, 1991, when the church, Sudan Council of Churches and the World Council of Church called all the factions, the Nasser and Tourette faction, for negotiation. The beginning of the Dinka-Nur conflict started when Dr. Riek Machar embraced Wood Nyang and the White Army to be his fighting force to attack the SPLM Tourette faction. When they met late Gordon Kong and then Dr. Lam call in Nairobi, they opposed the idea of involving non-trained combatants in the conflict of SPLM, SPLA movement faction. But Dr. Riek, being somebody who believed in the prophecy of Mundeng, which was the rallying point and the reason why he was using Woodnyang, and I cannot deny that being a Nuer, he refused to listen to what his colleagues were telling him. And then Woodnyang took the war because since he was mobilizing the White Army, even in the history of the Nuer, there has never been a White Army until 1991. It was the creation of Nasser faction. What did the White Army do? The White Army started, Riek used it as his main force, and then he started to fight not only the SPLA Tourette faction regular forces, but also the civilians, the Dinka. For example, I'm from Wulang. We have a border with Ngoglalia. We never fought Ngoglalia. It was when the SPLA faction started to fight and then involved the communities into the conflict, even the communities who had never fought before. This is what happened when the White Army went to Bor and did what they do in Bor. Because when you are using untrained forces, what do you expect them to do? Because the only thing the White Army is aware of is looting cattle. So when they went to Bor, did not go to Bor to fight Dr. John Garang because they don't need anything from SPLM power. They went to Bor just to loot, to get the cattle. And that's exactly what they did. We went to Bor, they killed the innocent civilian and took the cattle. So we can argue that tribalism is a political creation. Politicians are the one who use tribalism for mobilization. Even all this talk you people are seeing is not because of Jieng Council of Elders. They are targeting the Dinka as a community and then use the negative way as a mobilization. For example, even if the JC is not in existence, they will find a different reason. But they have to use a false narrative that the Jiang Council of Elders is controlling the government. And we know it is not true. But they want to attach the Jiang Council of Elders with President Kiir on the basis of ethnicity, not on the basis of politics. Because if you go to SPLM as a movement and a party which is ruling, the people who are there, the Dinka are minority in political bureau. They nobody why they don't talk about Waniga, why they don't talk about the rest who are members of the ruling party and they have the same influence on the direction of politics. They will not say that because they will not. They want to use tribalism to mobilize people to say that oh the problem is Dinka. But if they are really nationalists and they are really serious to transform the country, that kind of politics is not a revolutionary politics. Even most revolutionary fighters like Nelson Mandela, like the rest, they never mobilized black people on the basis of killing the white people. They were only targeting apartheid as a system, as a political structure. But our opposition in South Sudan, the only thing they know is not a political program, is only to target communities as a way of mobilization. That's why they are not succeeding in their objective. Sometimes you begin to wonder, okay, last time there were Dinka also who joined the IO. So what was the reason? It's because they were disagreeing with the ruling party SPLM in principle. But yet, those who are just want to use tribalism as the point of mobilization, they don't want to take this into consideration. They only focus on targeting a certain ethnic group. The Northern Dinka, they don't have a land issue. But Carol Berger, which is the topic of Carol Berger that we are discussing, and we brought in Uncle to clarify, made it in her paper that as if the conflict, the Nuer and Dinka have a conflict on land issue, which is not true. If we ask her, okay, show us the evidence, where do the Nuer and Dinka are fighting over land issue, where is it? She will never tell you. And then the other thing that I said earlier, and I want to reiterate it again, is the fact that there are some South Sudan political figures in opposition who are even campaigning for South Sudan to be taken over by UN. This is not a secret. I'm not making it. If you go to YouTube and you Google it, you will get the interviews of Paganamum calling for South Sudan to be ruled, to be put under UN trusteeship. And Carol Berger was paid by the UNIMED to write a paper on the political system and the problem of South Sudan and the causes of the conflict. And she came up with the ethnic issue, not political, in order to prove to the UN that, look, these people, they cannot govern themselves. And there were lawyers being hired here in America, that some of them, I went to conflict with them in a meeting. They were paid by opposition to make a case to US government that South Sudanese cannot govern themselves. Let them be ruled by the UN for 15 years. Imagine that we should be ruled for 15 years, and then after 15 years, and then they will say that these people are civilized. Maybe they will determine, Taban. It depends on what they will say after 15 years. They can say, okay, are these people civilized? If they get the resources, they will say, no, they are not civilized. So this is the reason why
the targeting of Jieng Council of Elders was a design strategy. It is not because it is true. It's not true. You see, it was a design strategy to advance some objectives of either trusteeship or a weakening of the government. So it is not something that people should believe in. Those who believe in it, maybe those who supporting Nas.
We're running out of time.
Okay, so let me conclude. In conclusion, I want to thank Uncle for his participation, and in the future, I would advise you, the moderators, you can find time to bring Uncle and Uncle Adwok with the topic of reconciliation, and then they can debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Gordon Boy, for your remarks. And yes, exactly, I agree with you in all that you said. You know, I know when Brother Fagana Mom was doing all that he was doing, we were all witness. And yes, you're correct. Our country is really on crossroad, and it needs a lot of help. And all that you said is really, really correct too. And uh, mobilization of public anger or incitement of communities against communities is never a political ideology, but all the opposition we have in our country seem to focus on that. And that have come all the way into the clubhouse here. And I hope you'll be around with us here and we can address those issues in different rooms as different topics. Now, I would like to give my co-moderators chances to also weigh in and say some to you, Ambassador, and Uncle Joshua as well. Miss May, if you are awake, sorry for keeping you up all night. If you are awake and hearing my voice, please can you activate your mic? It looks like Sister May is sleeping. Teresa.
Yeah.
Brother Morwell, sorry, one. Time is running out, and we're gonna lose the recording. So I believe we should just wrap it up and just end it because we don't want to lose the recording.
Uh-huh. Let me go ahead or
Yes, go ahead, Teresa. Go ahead.
أنا ما هتكلم كتير. أول حاجة بشكر أنكل جيشوا ديو، وبشكر أمباسادور جوردن بوي للمحاضرة الجميلة اللي هم عملوا لنا. وبشكر الناس الماسكين البرنامج اللي هم moderators. وبشكر فيوس القاعدين تحت. ما هقول حاجة كتير، بس كلمة شكر. أنا خلاص، شكرا لكم كتير.
Thank you so much, Sister Teresa. Tony. Sister
Sorry.
Tony.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry. Thank you, Uncle Joshua Dell, for the warm welcoming that you have actually attended our room today to address our South Sudanese concerning the book. That's
Thank you so much, Sister Tony. Sister Ding, Nyanding, unmute yourself, please.
Yes. I also want to pass my apology to those who inboxed me and I haven't read out their question. Secondly, Ambassador, thank you very much, and Uncle Dao, thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
And to our brother John Oshang, even though if he's not here, thank you so much, brother, for showing up on behalf of the veteran of the SPLM, SPLA. I wish we had actually held the ground just for the sake of the veteran, because SPLA don't run, but unfortunately you couldn't hold it and you left. But we still appreciate your contribution into today's show. Brother Gordon, thank you so much for being available all the time online to debate out the issues of our country. Please follow me back so that we can be able to ping one another when there is a show relevant to the government and in your jurisdiction as an ambassador. On behalf of the team again, I would like to apologize to Uncle Peter Adok Nyaba for what had happened today. That wasn't our intention at all. We just were scared to see the presentation being turned into a debate. And for the debate, we were not ready. But for the presentation, we were ready. We have set out our rules. And we were afraid that the presentation was going to be shifted into a debate. And to you, Uncle Joshua Dow, thank you so much for making yourself available. And we also apologize to you for keeping you up awake all night. But also, I know as a father, possibly a grandfather, who else can sacrifice for us aside from you and the members of your generation? To those who had questions and did not have chance to ask, I apologize to you too on behalf of the team. We did not want to exclude anyone. It is just because of time constraint that we could not accommodate everybody to ask question or comment or contribute into today's show. And I hope that in the next shows, we will have enough time for all of us to exchange our views on our national matters. With that now, I would like to call
Malay,
on.
brother, what? Interject. Hassan, I'm going to close the room because the recording.
Yes, that is why I want to call on now the Abuna to give us the prayers so that we can at least sleep in peace and so that we don't lose the information we received today from Uncle Joshua Dow. Abuna, activate your mic and please give us some words of prayers. And you,
Yeah,
Sister
my mic
Tony.
is activated. My mic is
Yes.
activated.
Okay, and Sister Tony, you are going to end the room, please. Abuna.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, brother. The platform of leading by Brother Wal, Teresa, Mrs. May, Deng, and more importantly, Uncle uh, Joshua Dedau, and the Ambassador Gordon Boy, and all the people on the stage, Choldit, and Wilson, and Tony, Mariana T. Thank you very much. You guys, you did a wonderful and awesome job. May God bless you. May God face shine upon you. And one of the things that I'm going to do today is that the blessing, and that's the creation that God blessed this country to give us a gift of a son. Gift of a son like Uncle Joshua Dedau. Give us a son like Brother Gordon Boyer. Give us a son like Brother Walmoranyar. Give us a daughter like Sister Akur Dengbar. Give us a sister like Achol Madudri. Give us a sister Deng, and give us a brother like Wilson Sholdit, and a sister like Mariana Teague. May God bless you. You did a wonderful job, and please keep it up to bring our elders, to bring our brothers and politicians, so they can speak their mind. Because we are very confused right now. Washing that confusion, I'm going to say my prayer tonight to say thank you and thank God, because God gave us a gift of somebody like Uncle Joshua Dedau. And thank God, God gave us a country called South Sudan. And thank God, because God gave us a air we breathe very differently. A Nile we enjoy very differently. A resources we have very differently. And tonight, as I mentioned earlier,
I will ask Brother Uncle Joshua Dedam to speak to his colleague, and I will add my apology, personal prayers to Uncle Peter, Dr. Peter Nyaba, for the something happened. If there was not intention, anyway, mistake happened. I will say sorry. I will say sorry, and the forgiveness we are asking from you to forgive your daughters, forgive your sons, and as mentioned, they mentioned it very clear that they were afraid that the tension is going to become confrontation between you and Uncle Joshua Dida, and that's why they drop you. But that is not excuse. I will say sorry. My prayer is always to be this country we love to be one. Because when Jesus Christ was left this world, he prayed one prayer. He asked his father. He asked his father repeatedly, saying, "My father, I want you because I left this world. I wanted to make mix those people you gave me, the people of the world, including us as the people of Kush, the people you give me. Give them peace, give them unity. Unity, that's what I pray for the people of South Sudan. I don't care. People can take a turn and they can have a room in their own policy, in their own political affair or political sector. But the only thing that I want is this country to be one. One people, one God, because God, it was not mistaken to put us a 64 tribe in this country. There is a purpose. A purpose that to be one in a very colorful way. That's where the body be unique, where the Acholi will be unique, where the Chuluk can be unique, where the Dinkas can be unique, where the Lu can be unique, where the Balanda can be unique, and all of us, we can join one another. That's why God created the Kush of land, the land of Kush, to be in this country. So my prayer tonight is a blessing that God can give you some years, Uncle Joshua Dedam. So you can stay with us to give us your experience, how those people, the people of Kush, we can live together as one nation and one country. There is no way we can survive without the Equatoria. There is no way we can survive without Upper Nile. There is no way we can survive without Bahr al Khazar. We are all a Trinity land. Can you imagine that? A Trinity land. The God, when He blessed this world, He blessed us in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. So we, whether is Upper Nile, is a father, whether is Equatoria, is a son, whether is a Bahr al Khazar, is a spirit. All of us, we are one body and one body only in one nation. May God bless you. May God face shine upon you, Uncle Joshua Dedau, and I will happy if I can manage to meet you in this country. I am in Juba, and I'm praying here in Juba. My blessing, and as I'm praying to my ambassador, that's in Washington, D.C. I made my complaint last week to him as my ambassador
in North America, okay, about the visa thing. Actually, this what he faced me when I was traveling to come back here to South Sudan. I was being denied not to come because they didn't recognize my ID card, they didn't recognize my passport because it was not in the system. And that's your job, you Ambassador Gordon Boya. You make that to be available so it can be in the system so the God and your people around the world can travel freely to come back home without challenges. May God bless you. May God face shine upon you. And may God bless everybody who are listening today, about 800 people who are listening today. May God bless them because they came here to listen to Joshua Dadao. Because he was accuser number one in the book of Carol. He was accuser number one. And thank God, Uncle Joshua, go there and try to mobilize our uncles from Bari, our uncles from Fertit, our uncles from Chuluk, our uncle from Nuer, our uncle from S64 tribe to come and tell us the truth, nothing except the truth. So we can learn because we are very confused in this time. Amen. May God bless you and may God bless shine upon you. And I bless Brother Wal Moranyar,
We've got 3 minutes.
Teresa
Sorry.
Kurbar, Mrs. May, Achul Madud Ring, and Mrs. Deng for the job well done. Please continue and we will keep praying for you, for the people, and for the country. We believe that will be wonderful and will be the blessed for all of us. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen.
Thank you so much, Abuna. Thanks for the wisdom. As it is in the Trinity, so is it in the Trinity of our three regions. Ms. Tony, you can take over from here to end the room. Good night, Abuna, and further greetings to our people there in Juba. Good night, Uncle Joshua Dawdit. Thank you so much for finding time to share the show with us tonight. We hope to meet you again in different room under different topics. Ms. Tony, if you are hearing my voice, please unmute yourself and take over the room now to shut it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter Morwell. Ms. May, can you please take it over?
All right, thank you very much. I'll just end the room straight away because we left with just less than 2 minutes. Have a blessed day.